your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, consider muting yourself when not speaking to limit background noise. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before. Woohoo. Okay. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before speaking so that those listening can track commentary for the meeting recording. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with ODF hosts during this event. The purpose of today's agenda is to receive information and begin discussions around the state forester desired attributes, which will inform the upcoming job posting. There are no decisions planned for the April meeting. However, we do have 2 opportunities for the public to provide testimony. Item number 2, public forum at 9 a.m. allows members of the public to share their perspectives with the board about items not on the agenda. And item number 6 at 1 p.m. allows the public to comment on the state forester desired attributes. Testimony for both opportunities is limited to 3 minutes. We understand that this is not a lot of time, but if you'd like to share more information with the board, we recommend sending written comments. To enter your comments into the record for the April meeting, please submit them by May 9th. Any questions? I will perform a roll call of the board members. Liz Agpawa.
Chair Kelly, I am here.
Great. Heath Curtis.
Present.
Ben Doimling.
Present.
Joe Justice.
I'm present by video.
Whoa, you are loud and clear, I guess.
Sorry about that.
I think they just adjusted it, Joe. Alexi Lalovecchio.
Present by video.
All right. Brenda McComb.
Present by video.
And obviously, I, Jim Kelly, am here as well. Thank you all for joining us today. We will now introduce the first item on the agenda, opening comments. Dave Forrester, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Kate Skinner, Interim State Forester. So I had a few high-level items I wanted to cover today and a little bit on a couple of our operational divisions. So first, right off the bat, I want to recognize Administrative Professionals Day. Throughout our agency and all the work all of us do in this room, we're lucky to have highly skilled administrative employees as admin specialists, district business managers, executive support specialists, just to name a few job titles within ODF. These are the individuals that fill the critical roles for us to ensure our financial accountability on fires. They provide support for our employees on day-to-day issues at the district level, and leaders that help us put together so many meetings like we're having today. So I want to just thank everyone in our agency and everyone, all administrative professionals, and all the work we do. Yay! Moving on, I'd like to talk about, at our last board meeting, we shared that we were going to dispatch firefighters to North Carolina. Then by the end of the meeting, we weren't dispatching firefighters.
Right.
But I did want to just round out the conversation that we did have 39 firefighters that went back to North Carolina at the end of March. And they were assigned to the Black Cove Complex, which consisted of 3 fires and approximately 7,500 acres. And then handed that back to the state there in early April. And so it was a 14-day dispatch. And that area of North Carolina, of course, is still recovering from Hurricane Helene. And so a lot of challenging firefighting, as well as some great training and learning opportunities for our folks. So that was, and then I also wanted to, looking around the room, provide a little bit of legislative update. I asked our legislative director, Derek Wheeler, to join as well, because if anybody's got more questions than what I'm going to provide here. So last week, Josh Bernard from our Forest Resources Division Chief and joined Fish and Wildlife for a Phase 2 presentation on the Private Forest Accord around the adaptive management and SFISH programs at the Ways and Means Subcommittee for Natural Resources. And then the other one that I think everybody is tracking is Wildfire Funding Bill 3490. There was two, House Bill 3490 and 3497. They had their public hearings, and 3940 voted out of committee and is continuing. 3947 did not move forward. And there's three remaining bills attached to all of that. So this is the main wildfire funding bill. And so they've had the public hearing on April 1st in the House Climate and Energy Committee, and passed out on the 8th. And I know there's some I think we're up to -5 amendments or something like that at this point. And so it's going to go to the House Revenue Committee next. So lots going on there. And there's additional bills for all the other solutions that were provided there in that work. So before I move on, does anybody have additional questions on the legislative session, since I've got Derek in the room here and we have time to talk about any of that?
This is Ben Doimling for the record. First of all, just a huge thank you to you and Derek and your whole ODF team for a huge amount of work going on in an incredibly complex and packed session. So huge thank you. And just an ask, I appreciate the update today, and an ask that as needed, you enlist board members to help carry the water, because I think we're all ready and willing to help support these really important bills. So yeah, thank you.
All right. The other update I wanted to provide in my comments was on Monday, I had the opportunity to join the other state foresters of the western states, and we met with Forest Service Chief Tom Schultz. He's about 6 weeks into his position, so as you can imagine, he's got a lot coming at him right now. It was about an hour-long conversation. We talked about different programs that the states are implementing, questions about future processes. But really, you could tell with the chief and his deputy and associate chief that they are really focused on this reorganization process, and they're trying to do a lot of gap analysis of where their staffing is at this time, and what skills, knowledge have taken either the buyout, early retirement process. And so a lot of time was spent around that. Chief Schultz shared with us that he thinks he'll have more of a vision in about 45 days of what a new organization might look like, and where that might be headed with the new budget for their next fiscal. So with all of that in mind, we did talk a lot about what was on everybody's mind, right, is this fire season, as we're staring at it directly at this point, and assured us that the Forest Service will, even though they have less staff available to them, that they will be engaged and ready to go for this fire season. They're going through their hiring process for seasonals right now, and they're also doing a lot of heavy lifting on the gap analysis around red card qualifications and all those pieces that might have taken the buyout or retirement at this point. So really good dialogue, and really appreciate Chief Schultz's time with us, as well as he shared that he's trying to get out of DC every 2 weeks. So he's already been to Colorado, he's been down to New Mexico, he's trying to hit Washington. So hopefully he'll be swinging through our neck of the woods here, and we can get some time with him as well when he does that. A couple updates on our operational divisions. Our district and area staff and division staff have been working in protection to meet all the fire associations and working through the budget and the spring meetings. They're about halfway through all of those meetings. I think this week's focus is in Eastern Oregon. And there's been a lot of open discussion and dialogue about readiness for this season, and of course, the challenges ahead. And everybody has 2024 at the forefront of their minds. So I wanted to just take a moment. I know those are really difficult conversations with the association boards and our landowners, but just to say thank you for being at the table, continuing to be at the table as we try to move forward on this. And we're all looking towards the legislation and the actions that might happen there on the budgetary piece of it. So it's hard work and very complicated, to say the least, but I appreciate everybody being at the table. And then finally, I'll just share that the State Forest Division, I sent a note, and there were some of our public affairs got information out on the implementation plans were signed. after a 45-day public comment period. And we got good review and response and comments and tried to address all of those. So I signed the implementation plans that'll cover fiscal year 26 and 27. And then last Friday, the State Forest Division started a 45-day public comment period for their annual operations plans for fiscal year 26. And so all of that work will be done by the end of June, and we'll be ready for the next fiscal year for state forest operations. With that, we're going to hear from Forest Resources later today, so I won't talk about that, but those are the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I've got a few comments. One, I understand what you're saying, Kate, in terms of the Forest Service, their intention to do a great job, but with fewer people. I think, let me just state the obvious, they'll have fewer people. They will not likely be able to do the job that we would like them to do. And I think we need to be highly conscious of that in our own planning through the fire season this year. Let's see, one other thing on my little list here, every year, that's not the most fun thing, but we're all, as board members, supposed to fill out this governance survey. And it was supposed to be so in this case, we're talking 2024. And so there were 6 of us. Since I don't want to sound like I'm throwing stones here, I was actually late because I was sick for a couple of weeks. And so I missed the deadline, but I've got it done. And I think we still have 1 or 2 people, and I've kept myself purposely ignorant, who have not completed that survey. So if you're one of those people, Alexa, you're not on that list. So, but please complete that. I think it does look pretty bad when the whole board is not done such a basic thing that is required of us. Further, I just want to talk about our plan on how we are going to handle our responsibilities going forward with what we're going to be talking a lot about today, about hiring the state forester. As we all know, there's legislation pending. I have no idea if that legislation will be successful. I think clearly we need to be taking the position that we are in charge and will be and need to move forward now at this point directly and quickly and soon. And we will have essentially 3 things that need to happen. And my intention is to schedule soon, here within the next couple of weeks, a special meeting, hopefully a short one. We will need to adopt a recruitment plan, and we'll circulate something. Excuse me. I mean, this is a common kind of thing, and we'll use a model that's been used in other agencies and adapt that as needed. And like I said, that'll get circulated. That'll be something we need to formally do. We will also need to formally choose to spend money for hiring a search firm. And at that time too, it is typical to create a subcommittee, probably 3 people that will do most of the work. That's the actual work, working with the search firm to get us through that process. And so that's the formal vote. Today's really that we're going to just really continue to focus on getting input on attributes and of course any other ideas people have around process. Today's a good time to discuss that informally. So that's it. And so then I was just going to open it up to opening board comments or questions. And Heath.
Heath Curtis. A couple administrative matters just for the public. One, I have a pressing call I need to join today from 10:15 to 12:15, which will pull me away from this meeting. I want to assure everybody that I will watch the recorded presentations and we'll catch up on that material then. I will also be here for the public comment period, provided it doesn't start early. The second item I wanted to comment on is that I have found it exceedingly difficult to manage my ODF Board of Forestry email account due to the requirement that you use their physical machine on an ODF campus at least once every 3 months, notwithstanding regularly checking my ODF email through the browser, it inactivated my account and now I am evidently long-term locked out. And so we're trying to reactivate that. But if you email me at that address, I can't get it. I'd still like to manage email through an ODF account. And for that purpose, I would suggest you email Eleni and she can see that I get it until such time as my account is activated. But I would just put it on the public record that I am exceedingly frustrated with the Department of Administrative Services policies for board and commission member email account management. I've made that clear before. Finally, I don't know if now is the time or later, Kate, but in the context of the state forester conversation, I would be interested if Derek has any updates on 1050 and the legislation around changing that authority. And maybe you'll just say no, but thank you.
For the record, Derek Wheeler, Legislative Director. I've a little more than no. The first public hearing for 1051 was on March 24th, and this is in Senate Finance and Rules. So that's one of the many committees out there that doesn't have a legislative deadline. So having that hearing on the 24th, they don't have a time frame to move it. I would say in watching, if I was in the room for that, the opposition was made themselves known. But it's really up to the committee to decide. So don't have a full clear picture of going forward. And I haven't actually asked if they plan to move it anytime soon. But if they do, if they move out of that committee, then it will have to go to the Senate floor and do that, and then move over to the House. So we are approaching legislative deadlines, as in sine die being at the end of June. So I would expect 1051 to start having to move relatively soon.
In the meantime, it's not sufficiently real to disrupt this process at Word.
And until it finishes the legislative process and the governor's office signs it, it's pure speculation at this point. It's pending legislation.
Okay, thank you, Derek. And I wish I could be reassuring, but having spent 6.5 years on this board, the headaches with email and ODF computers, it's been a steady thing all those years. So it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. Okay, Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I just wanted to echo that frustration. I have not been able to check ODF email for at least the last month for the same reasons that Heath outlined. And so if anybody needs to reach me, either email Eleni and have her contact me, or contact me through my Oregon State email, which I check regularly. If I try to use the ODF email, it just deactivates my Oregon State email.
Yeah, and I'll repeat the same thing Brenda said. So contact Eleni if you want to send me an email.
Okay, other opening comments? We can all express our frustration, yeah, publicly. Okay, no other opening comments online or not? All right, well, thank you all. And we will move to the public forum. And yeah, for those participating, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not exceed their allotted time of 3 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name and associated affiliation if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With that, Eleni, are we ready to engage with the public comment?
Chair Kelly and members of the board, we are running a little early. So even though we have 5 members who signed up for public comment, only 2 are currently available online. We'll go ahead and start with those 2, and hopefully the rest will trickle in as we go along.
Okay, if we need to, we can take a short break. Allow them time.
Perfect. All right, as I mentioned, we have 5 people signed up for testimony today. I'll go ahead and call each name in a set order to begin their testimony. Once I call your name and you begin speaking, a timer will be displayed for 3 minutes. When the timer runs out, we ask that you provide your closing statement. The person who is first in the queue is Terry Henry.
Yes, my name's Terry Henry. Chair Kelly, Interim State Forester Skinner, and members of the Board of Forestry, good morning. Like I said, my name's Terry Henry. I live on Sylvandale Lane in Brownsmead. My property is next door to ODF managed public forest land that was recently auctioned off to the Stimson Lumber, and that is set to be clear cut in the upcoming months. This is the Davis Ridge timber sale. This all happened without any outreach from Astoria ODF employees after July the 1st, 2024. It was anticipated by many of my neighbors after a meeting last June with ODF and the Board of Forestry members. ODF employees said that they would meet with any interested neighbors to negotiate buffers and leave trees. It was clear that during this meeting, from all the emails and letters sent to ODF, that we were indeed interested. Personally, I'm concerned about the clear cut because it will impact my property. I have water rights to a stream up against the boundary of Davis Ridge timber sale. I use the water from the stream to water my garden, provide water for my chickens and dogs, and plumbing for my workshop, and to feed the pond on my property. The pond is a home to many water birds and otters. If the forest is cut down, it will impact the turbidity of the flow of the stream and directly impact my quality of life. If this occurs, ODF will be at fault, and I plan to hold them accountable. I ask that the board take action to protect the properties and livelihoods of the people of Oregon. There must be better regulations about clear cutting, near both homeowners and streams. There must be improved communications between ODF and their neighbors. What has happened at Davis Ridge is truly unacceptable. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Up next, I have Cheryl Johnson.
Cheryl Johnson, 44183 Peterson Lane, Astoria. Last year at this time, there were multiple requests from Clatsop County residents and landowners for face-to-face meetings with the ODF Astoria District to address the AOP. Following repeated refusals from the Astoria District, a member of the Oregon Board of Forestry accepted an invitation to meet with local citizens and walk through the proposed harvest sites. Only then did the Astoria District agree to meet with landowners on June 27th. Following that meeting, a July 2nd letter from Dan Goody to adjacent landowners clearly states, quote, "Field foresters will meet with adjacent landowners that have expressed desires to do so in July through September of 2024. Topics to include operational landowner considerations specific to the sale," close quote. The promised walkthrough never happened. ODF Astoria never gathered landowner considerations, and here we are today. Because we had no information from Astoria ODF if anything was happening with the proposed Davis Ridge cuts, we requested a face-to-face meeting on site. The meeting was arranged for April 14th. We were shocked to learn that the Davis Ridge contract had been opened March 17th. Goody's letter from the previous year very clearly indicated that the contract would be let following the walkthrough that never happened. We were beyond shocked to learn that the contract had not only been opened, but was also closed with no notice to adjacent landowners. Obviously, Goody's words from his letter on July 2nd, 2024 have no meaning. Quote, "The ODF values and respects its neighbors. We strive to be the best neighbors we can be," close quote. And now we have emails due to a public records request from ODF staff Tillotson to Martin, Mass on January 17th of this year. Quote, "Please change the auction date for Davis Ridge to March. The big reason we would like this sale auctioned in March is that it has some political pressure, and we want it to be sold prior to the public comment period for the ASOPs in 2026. In another email from Goody to Palazzo on January 23rd of this year, quote, "Auctioning the Davis Ridge timber sale in March with the goal of selling prior to the AOP public comment period will save a bunch of grief during the public comment period," close quote. I urge the board to hold ODF accountable for its communications, for its relations. We are simply asking for honesty and transparency from ODF. We ask that our boundaries as Clatsop County citizens and ODF neighbors are understood and respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Next, I have Commissioner Scar.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, Interim State Forester Skinner, staff. My name's Erin Scar, and I'm a Tillamook County Commissioner and currently the Chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties. I appreciate you accommodating my schedule this morning with my Board of Commissioners meeting. As you all know, this is a time of change for state forests and the Department of Forestry. The Habitat Conservation Plan and the Forest Management Plan will change how ODF manages state forests. A bill in the legislature would change the way ODF sets timber harvest levels. Another bill would change how the state forester is selected. On top of all that, a new state forester will be appointed. Whoever is appointed state forester will have to contend with many issues facing Oregon's forests. The State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan and Forest Management Plan are unfinished. Timber revenues are not expected to cover operations. Wildfires are taking an increased toll on Oregon's forests. Oregon's firefighting budget is increasingly strained, and climate change-induced disturbances are negatively affecting forest health across the state. Addressing all of these issues will be a monumental lift requiring a diverse set of skills. To meet the challenge, FTLAC counties recommend the next state forester have the following attributes: the ability and a strong desire to work collaboratively with FTLAC partners in the management of state forests and any forest issue that affects local communities in these areas. A commitment to managing the state forests for greatest permanent value with an understanding and appreciation of the direct effects the forests have on the economies and well-being of FTLAC counties. An understanding of practical forest management, familiarity with forest environments in Oregon, and experience managing forests for prevention of destructive wildfires. That they have a vision for the future of forests that recognizes that forests are dynamic and that there are trade-offs between potential management strategies. They must be able to assess these trade-offs, select the strategy that best meets management objectives as defined by state law and board policy, and execute that strategy. This person will need to be both a skilled manager and a dynamic leader to address the challenges the department faces. While we don't know who the next state forester will be, we stand ready to support their transition into the position and to partner with them to improve the management of our forests. Thank you so much for the time to talk with you this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Scar. And then I also have Carol Newman. Carol, can you unmute yourself? We're unable to hear you.
Sorry. Good morning, Carol Newman, 51-year resident of Brownsmead, 49-year owner of property on Sylvandale Lane. As an adjacent landowner, I am deeply concerned about the proximity of the Davis Ridge timber sale to my property. I've been involved in a struggle for direct communication, transparency, and possible mitigation since I became aware of this project. It has indeed been a struggle, disappointing, frustrating, infuriating at times. My biggest concern is the very steep slope on my property that would become increasingly vulnerable to slides after a clear cut, a well-documented phenomenon in Brownsmead. Damage from a slide would endanger me, my house, and other inhabitants, and be greatly detrimental to my property value. Repairs, if even possible, would be costly, and ODF will be held responsible. I'm also deeply concerned about any use of pesticides or herbicides, especially near my property, even with backpack application. These chemicals are intentionally toxic, carcinogenic, hazardous to the environment, including beneficial insects and other wildlife, as well as to human health. We live in a climate where rain can be unpredictable and often comes in torrents. Runoff is not unlikely, including on the slope. How far in advance can one predict our weather? How safe are our children and adults? I would like to be hopeful, but my experience with ODF has fostered distrust. I was shocked to read in Public Records Request 2474 that ODF changed the auction date for Davis Ridge, rushing the timber sale specifically to avoid, and I quote, a bunch of grief during public comment. I'm quoting Dan Goody, January 23rd, 2025, the same person who wrote in his letter to me, July 2nd, 2024, quote, the Oregon Department of Forestry values and respects its neighbors, and we strive to be the best neighbors we can be. We need increased communications, transparency, good neighboring, and trustworthiness from ODF. Please help hold ODF accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Skinner, members of the board, this concludes our morning public forum.
Thank you all. This whole issue around notice to neighbors and everything is not new. And I think when this came up before, it became really clear to all of us that although ODF appeared to be following the letter of the law, not really following the intent. And I think at that time, we as a board were very clear that this is not acceptable. I'm very concerned about what I just heard in terms of, these citizens going out there and having to actually go to all the trouble for a public records request. And then apparently, from what we heard, that we did change dates with the intention of quashing public comment. I don't know what the next step here is. But I think some sort of investigation or an audit or something. I mean, this is very frustrating. And again, we're hearing one side of a story here, so I don't want to jump to conclusions. But if what happened, if this is actually what happened, it's a small scandal and hugely inappropriate. I'm welcome other comments on that or any other thoughts on other subjects. So I see Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I would request that State Forester Skinner conduct an investigation and report back to the board as soon as is possible on what happened here, and to the degree that she can do it, relay to us where things went wrong, if they went wrong, sounds like they did, and what actions were taken to hold people accountable.
Lexi?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what you said, Chair Kelly and Brenda, that is really, really concerning to hear about the public records report. I think that we should do all that we can to get to the bottom of that. And it's just really disappointing. And yeah, I also would like to kind of get a better picture of the entire story and hear from ODF on what they have to say. But definitely support the notion of doing an investigation into that. Thanks.
Keith?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's worth, figuring out all the facts. That said, there's a process for offering timber sales in Oregon, and ODF has followed that process for state lands. And I don't think any of the allegations I heard this morning is that they have not. I think that ODF has also implemented a new policy that some folks have reservations about sending notices out individually to landowners when the AOPs are published and their adjacent harvest units are adjacent to their property, which I think is a pretty extraordinary step. And that's going to evoke more comment. I think that comment from the public that they may not be satisfied with the harvest unit immediately adjacent to their property is to be expected. That is to say, folks, when you've spent several decades with a stand of trees next to your home and suddenly it's gone, that's a pretty alarming and immediate impact. But that doesn't mean that it's creating risk. There's a lot of regulation around ODF's harvest practices, even exceeding private land harvest practices, and they're otherwise pretty cautious. I think it's a good policy to have open communication with neighboring landowners, and we have, but I would say that people are dissatisfied that there may be a harvest is not necessarily evidence that ODF did anything legally wrong.
Yeah, Heath, I would agree, and I don't expect people that are, about to have a clear cut right next to their property to all be testifying about how happy they are with that. And I think, the legitimate concerns about potential slides or impact on water,
Yes.
that's all fine. I'm really concerned about process around, were intentional steps made to sort of quash that feedback testimony. Go ahead, Liz.
So I don't know what the official process is under an investigation. I would just offer Kate on the federal side, we had a very quick initial fact finding. And so I don't know if that's available to you, but it could, quickly get the information and then get that to you and then back to our citizens. So just a thought.
Ben Doimling, I would echo a lot of the comments, and what I heard was not necessarily landowners being upset that it was happening, but upset about process. And going back to our vision document that we have just approved, one of the key pillars of that vision document is operational excellence. And I think that's really important. And from what I've heard, I feel like we haven't quite risen to the level of operational excellence in this particular case. And I think we should always strive for that. So I hope we can solve this and do better in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And I think it is a process question. I know that I was given a rundown of in April, the operations coordinator of Astoria District did go out and have some on the ground conversations with the neighbors there. And I got a summary of that piece of it. As the landowners talked about, right, it was not the expectation that it would be happening in April. It should have happened earlier from their perspective and what they understood. So I can go back and get all that information gathered up and back to everybody. I do want to say for our fiscal year 26, because we received so much public comment in the 25 process, we have changed our processes in state forest of that outreach piece, and it is a significant change and effort to go forward. So as we move forward, I'm hoping that this is done much better and much more transparency for those adjacent neighbors of when and how and where to provide their input and get feedback. But I will follow up on this and get it back to the board members.
Other board thoughts, comments related to our public testimony? Okay, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, and but I assume that we can move directly, Kate, to strategic planning update.
Okay, I'm gonna rely on Eleni here a little bit too. So the strategic planning process, so as you talked about just now, Ben, the board finished their vision for Oregon's forest back in January, I think was the final approval of that. But this is a topic that came up at your October retreat for the board. One was just around timing and process. I've heard from many board members. When do we have input into the budget process? When do we have input to the legislative concepts? We've talked about what's coming up on the board work plans, what's going to be at the next board meeting. I think I've heard you talk about that, Heath, of trying to get a look ahead. So I knew that for me, and I'm sure my staff was tired of me here talking about it, was when we left that January board meeting, this was a high priority, was to get the strategic planning process in place. And as I brought Tim Holschbach into the deputy position, he picked up this work, and this is one of those pieces of the right person at the right time. Tim's a very good strategic thinker and process. And so I think even Bob raised at the January meeting around the vision's done, what's the strategic plan moving forward, and how does that happen? And so the other piece that's come up is a desire to review key performance measures and make some suggestions of those on changes and things. So we have started, so this update's really, we have started this work. And so we pulled together kind of our operational policy folks within the agency, across the whole agency, to talk about, one is what's the biennial timeline? Where's the board's input? What's all the existing plans? As you look on the slide, right, we have the key performance measures, we have the climate change, we have the diversity plan. I mean, we have all these plans, and then we have, you know, under the umbrella of the board's vision. And so trying to get, as I've come into this role and as the deputy, identifying all of the competing plans, timelines, goals, and getting those in one place, that alone is a lift to get that piece done. And to be more transparent to the board as well as our stakeholders around when's the right place for the input. And so we've started the process with our work group. We've got a couple meetings under our belt. Our goal is to come back to the board retreat in October with a complete planning process, so that you have input there and can kind of look forward to the next year, but also we can look towards the next biennium. And we'll have some short session ideas there, but with also kind of the longer, more proactive piece. And I think Tim said it the best, was like, this work is really about shifting us to a more proactive posture through our design and planning of legislative concepts and policy option packages. And we all have a shared understanding of what's the plan, where are we headed, and what's the timeline to get there. And this was a piece of work that I think, I know Nancy Hirsch worked on quite a bit, Doug Decker, all of those. And honestly, we've been in a reactive mode for maybe the last 5-6 years on different high priority issues that have come up. And so we've lost track of this, and we need to be really disciplined to it moving forward on what this is going to look like. So that's my quick update. Tim's on vacation, otherwise I would have drug him in here. So I just wanted to like say, you know, we've heard you, we're trying to bring it all together, and we also are ready to move forward on it. So, questions or input?
Yeah, so Kate, thank you for lining that out. And I just, is there a high-level way to describe how you're going to do this differently than in the past? And like, really, what do you see on your critical path? And how is that it maybe changed from what was before? Just wanted to get a sense if you can describe that.
Yeah, I think there's a few things so from the past, a lot of our work has changed, right? We now have the private forest accord that we're working from. We have a lot of enterprise topics. We have topics we've brought in for the carbon plan, DEI, and belonging. So there's some enterprise pieces there. And so I think that from the past efforts, we're always trying to find that balance between when we're working at the enterprise state level and when we're working on our missions and our direction as our agency and what we're funded to do. And so I'm trying to bring those closer together and bring those into alignment with a common prioritization of pieces so that we know either a time period or in the biennium, what's going to be the priority, or if it's new work that's come to us, where does it fit into existing programs? Because we're always good at being asked to do more, and we need to find a way to be more efficient about that.
And then just another follow-on question. I mean, we know things are really dynamic. We know they're really, really dynamic on the Fed side. I just came from a meeting where, 2 announcements of retirements from 2 of our federal members, just dropped out. So we know that cycle and the feds are going to be very distracted by, moving and closing and all these things. So that's a disturbance in the system.
Yep.
And then, as we've already talked about, the wildfire piece, the cycles of that are, so, and I'm sure you're thinking of that. So I just a thought about how you, as you look at your critical path and try to plan that out, which I applaud that you are doing, is how do you keep the adaptive piece in that? So I know you're thinking of that. I just needed to just.
Yeah, and I don't know if I have a concrete answer for you. That's part of the task of this work group is how do we do that? And I think while we have a lot of disturbance in the system too, it's raising up, we have to be more adaptive. We have to be more proactive so that we're not, sitting on we know it'll be the same next year because that's what it's been the last 5 years. We're seeing that those changes. And so we need to be ready for those a lot more swiftly if we can. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ben. Ben Doimling for the record. Thank you, Kate, for the update and for the work that's going into this. And it's very important, and I'm glad that and you have Tim at the helm, which is great. 2 questions. One, I want to make sure there's sort of annual timelines to a lot of this work, and I want to make sure that when you come back to us in October with a more well-rounded plan, that we haven't missed some things. There's 2 board meetings in between, and then we have an October board meeting and we have subsequent board meetings. I want to make sure we don't miss things that might need to get onto our agenda prior to that or in October. It would be unfortunate if we got a report in October that showed a bunch of things that we got to wait a year or 2 to actually get to those because we missed them in September, for instance. So I'm sure you're mindful of this already, but just a reiteration that even though the big work is going to be presented to us in October, there's in between work that hopefully will be happening to get things on our plate.
Yeah.
So thank you. The other is more of a question. I see the strategic plan work as sort of actualizing the vision, putting the vision into practice. But I want to sort of step back a moment and ask about the work of really disseminating the vision itself, because that document in itself has a lot there, and a lot of it suggests further action, but a lot of it is just more sort of how are you and your team working on distributing the vision to the department? So that every single, my hope, my vision for this vision is that every single employee at ODF knows very clearly that vision document, has it in their back pocket, has it up on their browser, is able to refer to it at all times. And that takes a lot of work. I'm just wondering if you can give us an update on how you are working on that to sort of get that in front of the whole department.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is one of those things of as we've been in transition, so you finished that work on the vision, we've been in transition, and Joy and I from Public Affairs paused and said, we got to think about this, because my goal is we sent July 1st, our new fiscal year, that we're in full mode of getting this to our employees and our stakeholders and all that. And part of the pause was to like look at this work and think about how do we put some energy into doing the strategic work, so when we roll out that vision, we've got more connections of what does it mean in the next steps. And so that's a piece of it. Joy's been working on a plan to get that out to everybody, and it's going to take, like you said, it's going to take a lift. And so that was kind of in January, back in January, feels like 4 years ago. That was kind of our pause, was like, okay, we're going to have a new state forester probably in the summer. We'll have the vision rollout. We'll be ready to go with a new fiscal budget. We'll know where we're headed. And so that was kind of trying to put pressure on all of those things moving into fire season into the fall. And so that's kind of been our vision of the vision on the rollout piece.
Thank you.
So, Kate, I'm thinking about, I mean, this is all about trying to take this vision and turn it into specific realities. As a board, we show up, we're real good at sort of throwing out ideas and unformed, without a whole lot of knowledge of resources also why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? And then you guys are on the ground, and doing this work and very aware of what resources you have and what resources you don't have, in a way that we're not too cognizant of. And I feel like and I think it's also just sort of the nature of the bureaucracy that you guys aren't always comfortable throwing out new ideas to us. I think there needs to be some sort of process that is oriented towards giving the board choices. So in this area, to say, in our climate plan, here are some of the choices of what we could do with the resources that we have, and giving us better ideas around what each specific would involve, and so that we can then, I'm just trying to figure out, how do we form this conversation to be more useful? And I think, we can, we've laid out that vision, and then we can work with you, I think, in terms of looking at specifics and prioritizing. Anyhow, other board member comments? Thoughts here? Okay, we're not a real lively bunch this morning. Guys. We are ahead of schedule. At 10 o'clock, we have got a presentation on the recruitment process from DAS. And so with that, I think we'll take a long break and be back at 10 o'clock. Yeah, all right. Oh, well. Okay. What? Oh, 20. That was, that may have been the total. Okay, hello, everyone. It's 10 o'clock, so we are going to go on to the next item on our agenda, the State Forestry Recruitment Process Presentation. And I understand that we have a presenter here. Is it Kylan? Kylan Stevens from Department of Administrative Services. Welcome, and we're going to just hand this over to you.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the board. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kylan Stevens. I'm the Sorry, can you not hear me? Okay, thank you. Kylan Stevens, Executive Recruiter. I am with the Department of Administrative Services in the Chief Human Resources Office, and the reason I'm here today, it directly relates to a state HR policy that indicates that any agency head recruitment efforts will be conducted by the Chief Human Resources Office. However, the agency may request to conduct the recruitment with oversight from the Chief Human Resources Office. So I get to let you know all of the different strategies you can take in order to fill your state forester position today. Currently, your enabling statute, which is ORS 526.031, states that you have the appointing authority of that state forester position. And so each board and commission-driven recruitment has a number of different nuances based on each agency and the challenges that we have in regard to balancing candidate anonymity and efficiency throughout that process. So there are a number of things we'll be able to discuss today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. But before I jump in, I just want to see if you have any direct questions. All right.
Look like we do to start, so.
All right, sounds
Jump in.
good. So to preface all of this, the typical process that we use for agency head positions is utilize. Sorry. Okay. The typical process, it begins with what you're doing here today with input gathering from any of your interested parties, whether that's staff, agencies that you partner with, tribes, et cetera, and focusing on the input of what they may have interest in your agency head running. The next would be to determine the minimum qualifications and desired attributes. Currently, the way that stands, you as the board have the authority to determine those. One special thing to note around agency head level positions, such as your state forester, is that the traditional classification compensation structure does not have any minimum qualifications set for these positions because they are so unique to every agency. I do recommend looking at all of your deputy positions or any positions that report directly to that to sort of set a standard no higher or lower than what your deputies would be held to in order to set the gauge there. The next step would be determining an advertising plan and available funding that you may have for additional advertising. Myself and the DAS team, we have a number of different spaces that we can get advertising done free to you, such as Partners in Diversity, LinkedIn, the state website, et cetera. And then there are also opportunities with working with recruiting firms where they may be able to assist in reaching out on those as well. After determining advertising plans, you'd look at determining which groups need to be involved in each step of the process, such as subcommittees or interested parties meet and greets, that sort of a thing, however many rounds of interviews that you may want to have, and key players that need to be involved in each one of those steps. And that structured plan typically includes, jumping ahead of myself, the last thing that you would need to do is have a structured recruitment plan that you would approve and provide a space for public comment on, and that timeline would include how long the position is open, the application review process, the total number of interviews that you may include, such as VidCruiter, virtual, or in person, meet and greets with staff, with tribes, with the Gov's office, and so on and so forth. And then also typically a final interview with the full board, yourselves, that would usually be held in executive session. And that was another thing that I wanted to bring to the attention of the board today. It's my understanding that in past processes, you all have done this fully in open session, and there are ways that we can do that in executive session if it's followed with the public meetings law, being ORS 1926602A, which would allow you to move those interviews into executive session so long as you adopt the hiring standards, criteria, et cetera, in an open forum and provide the opportunity for public comment. But with that being said, I would highly recommend receiving counsel from Sylvia Craymond, rep at DOJ, around the public meetings law and how that can impact the process. But that is the recruitment process at a glance.
Go ahead, Liz.
So you kind of circled back and talked about the structured recruitment plan and public comment to that. Where does that go in your step? I just sort of added it. Where does that precede or follow your steps?
Yes, thank you, board member. Sorry, I apologize. Can you please pronounce your last name?
Liz Ekpowa.
Sorry, thank you. So the typical process would be to hold an additional meeting where that recruitment process is presented alongside the potential minimum qualifications, desired attributes, and numbers of interviews, et cetera. It would encompass all of those things and would be adopted all in the same time. So there was a mention of a meeting potentially next week where that would take place.
Okay, thank you.
I would also state, sorry, I apologize, I'm missing some of the things from my notes here. The typical practice that has been held with natural resources over the past 3 years that I've been in this position has been to partner with recruiting firms. In the past, we've utilized Modus for positions like the agency head for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they usually assist with direct sourcing of candidates alongside myself, and coordinating some of those meetings throughout the recruitment.
Go ahead.
Okay, so can we go back to step 2 on the minimum attributes? And so is that like a template for all leadership positions on boards or so I'm just wondering, is there a starting place on the minimum attributes that you cited in your step 2?
Yes, thank you for that question. As I mentioned, the structure for classification compensation currently does not have any minimum qualifications or desired attributes listed for agency heads because they're so specific. We usually look at your deputy and direct report positions as a starting point for those.
Which have minimum attributes then? So
Yes.
start there and then elevate.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ben, go ahead.
Ben Doimling. I got a couple questions, and I'm sure as we go along, would like to wrap back with a couple more. But just following on Liz's question, I'm guessing, have you taken a look at our existing attributes that we have?
I have not had an opportunity to
Okay.
review those.
Because I would say, because we have an existing set that I think we'll be revisiting later today. And was curious if you had any feedback on the sufficiency of those. I guess maybe my next question then is on the sort of process. You said, it sounds like we don't have a lot of latitude of having a subcommittee, how we structure the interviews, stuff like that. Do you have any suggestions on that, of sort of best practices of what might work well, given your experience having gone through this process?
Yes, thank you for that question. I can let you know that the typical process that we've been utilizing with positions that I'm running with other boards and commissions, I can use the Board of Pharmacy is a most recent example. The typical structure is, again, to do an information gathering such as today, take the input from all of your interested parties, and then come back with the structured plan that includes those steps. But we indicated having the application review, the paper, so to speak, applications being reviewed for minimum qualifications by myself. I created a short list of those that meet the minimum qualifications and then pushed it to an individual who was delegated by the board to do screening of the desired attributes. The reason for an individual rather than a subcommittee at that space was to reduce the total number of potential public meetings necessary. If you have more than one individual involved, it's subject to public meeting. And if you want to be able to do those things in executive session or private, you would have to have that subcommittee then adopt all of the same hiring procedures that have been adopted by the board. But an individual did the desired attribute review, and then it was moved to a first round of interviews with a subcommittee that was held in executive session and narrowed it from approximately 20 candidates to a top 5. We invited those to a second round of interviews with another committee that narrowed it down to 3. Those 3 finalists move through meeting with staff, and staff have an opportunity to provide forum questions to ask of the finalists, and are provided an opportunity to provide feedback on the strengths and weaknesses of each of those candidates, which then gets brought to the board so that they can take that into consideration before making a final decision. The same situation is done with any interested parties or tribal groups that may be involved, and that's up to you all to decide who gets to participate in those processes. And then there would be a final interview where all of the information and feedback from those groups brought to the board, along with the reference checking that I would complete as well.
I've got a couple follow-ups on that, if that's okay.
Yeah, fine.
So thank you. Two follow-up questions. One is the sort of public meeting executive session sort of balance there. And that's a lot of steps. And I'm wondering what the more this can be done in private, I feel like, and you probably know this better than I do, the larger the pool of candidates will be. And I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to, I can imagine some folks who might want to apply, but might not want to make it known to the world that they are applying for this job early on. But all of those rounds with stakeholder meetings and staff meetings, it seems hard to keep that private. So help me understand that process to comply with the law, and yet give applicants, if they so choose, as much anonymity as we can.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, and that is why I do recommend doing individuals, delegating authority to individuals to do certain steps, or delegating authority to subcommittees. For the subcommittees to be able to do things in private, again, they would have to adopt all the same hiring standards, criteria, et cetera, that you as a board would adopt in your next meeting, which would allow them to go into executive session. Typically, we structure these processes so that only your finalists are the individuals that would meet with public groups, such as your staff or interested parties. So it's when you know your essentially top 3, 2, 1, maybe 5, whoever it is, that are going to end up in front of the board, you would announce those individuals. They would meet with your public groups that are not held in executive session or done by individuals privately, and then those candidates would be made known to the public.
Got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Liz, I'll get back to both of you, but I have strong feelings about this, having gone through this before, and we went to what was understood to be typical process of having various groups meet with 3 finalists. And then we ended up, with just very few people that met the minimum qualifications, and it came down to the last person standing. And I, realized that, as somebody who's done a fair amount of hiring and firing, usually the best people already have a job. And so the process at the state that we were employing basically was a safe thing for somebody who actually worked in the department for them to apply. But anybody, if they were a state forester in say another state, and knowing that they were going to have to go through a process of maybe being one of 3 finalists and may or may not get selected, those people didn't apply. And so I thought we really shot ourselves in the foot. So after having been through that, I went and, because I was basically under the understanding, so that is what we have to do. What I learned is it's not in statute, and that it's something that DAS likes us to do, but it's not required. And what I'm specifically talking about is having a public process with 3 finalists who then get to be interviewed by whichever groups we choose and all of that. So my interest in this is to do a really great process at this point, trying to collect as much input as possible. And until DOJ or somebody comes and tells me I am wrong, I do not want to have that public process where those 3, I want that closely held by this board. And I know that's, again, I know that's not the preference of DAS, but I think that's what we need to do, because I think we owe it to the people of Oregon to have a national search and to truly have the most qualified people all be able to apply and not end up in the situation of, oh, sorry, I really do like my job, because, after not getting selected. So that's I'm open to any feedback and anybody who wants to tell me I'm wrong, but otherwise that's the process that I wish to pursue.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Yes, so you are not required to do all steps through the public. There are certain things as a public body that would subject you to public meeting law. And those things would have to be held public, but you're not required to include those things within your process. Also, right now, with the current state of federal employee layoffs, the recruitment market is much different than it would have been during your last recruitment. And there is a number of individuals who would be highly qualified that may be potentially eligible.
That are unemployed.
That are currently unemployed.
Well, that's good.
Yes, and also you alluded to individuals within your current agency. That's another route as well. You are not required to do specific recruitments. There are also potentials around appointments. However, that's not typically done in agency head level positions that are board and commission run as well. So you have a number of potential options when it comes to the actual recruiting itself, whether you do that just directly with myself as the individual sort of coordinating your process, whether it's in partnership with a recruiting firm who would structure your process from front to back and do the majority of the outreach to those individuals, or more of a direct appoint type situation.
Okay. Both of you still have questions, but okay. Okay, we'll go to Joe.
Well, thanks for going to me, Chair. Thanks. I just, I appreciate your comments, Jim, having gone through this process, the last time with you and Brenda. I couldn't agree with you more. Holding this tight to the board, but I think will inevitably help us get a larger pool of candidates, more qualified candidates. And so I do think it'll be really important to get, and I think I heard you say, Jim, to get DOJs, I fully understand that, and then come out very publicly. This is our process. If we decide not to go with a finalist group that's going to become public, that we are going to hold this very tight, that is well known, in that is our planned process. And I personally think we will, regardless of the candidate pool today, et cetera, I do believe we're going to end up with a broader pool of candidates if we can hold this tight. So anyway, Thanks.
Well, yeah, obviously agreed, and obviously, because this is different from what has been done in the past, that's why I'm trying to clearly state the intent here today publicly in this meeting that I have. So, thanks. And Liz, and then we'll, Brenda.
So just going back kind of to a little bit more detail, you talked about minimum attributes. Can you share your experience? Is there a top maximum number of attributes that we want to logically try to implement? Because we're going to get lots of public comment on this. From your experience, where do we not want to go as far as maximum attributes to make our lives less complicated?
Yes, thank you. That's a fantastic question. When we're looking at the difference between state government and public recruitments versus private industry, there are a number of barriers that we have that sway candidates not to apply, and some of those are lengthy desired attributes. The typical candidate, if they see more than 5 to 6 desired attributes and they don't meet all of them, will not apply. So we try to limit it to that. I would say typically with an agency head, however, we have closer to 9 or 10, but trying to keep it between that 5 and 10 at most would be the recommendation.
Brenda?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Brenda McComb for the record. I just want to pile on with you and Joe, since we were the only three that were on the board during the last hiring.
Ben.
Oh, and Ben, excuse me, Ben, I'm sorry. Yes. But I couldn't agree more that we need to keep this as under control by the board as much as is possible within the law.
Great. So I need some clarity on that, and because I don't have clarity on a couple of issues. One is you were saying in some situations it would be better to assign an individual of the board versus a subcommittee, which makes me think that are you thinking that the subcommittee potentially is a meeting of a subcommittee of the board and not not a quorum of the board? Is that in this process, in your view, potentially a public meetings law issue? Typically, it's not.
Thank you for that question. So it would not be a public meetings law issue so long as they've adopted all of those same criteria and have the ability to go into executive session. Then they could hold those interviews or do the application review within executive session. But if a subcommittee is the individual or group assigned to doing, say, desired attribute review of the applications, they would do their review in executive session. Then they would have to move into open session to say the successful candidates at this point are, and name those candidates to be in compliance with the law. If you have an individual who's making the determination, there's no need to call a public meeting at that point to announce who's advancing to the next step. Neither direction would a candidate who is not successful be named, but if you have a subcommittee doing those steps, you would have a situation where the anonymity of your candidates is removed.
And then a separate question. I am guessing when you talk about in a leadership position like this, that typically might come up with 9 or 10 minimum attributes. I want to be careful about our language here, minimum and just plain, desired attributes. I think we got to be real clear that they're two different things, right? I'm going to guess that those minimum attributes are very similar organization to organization, most of them, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, like forestry background.
Thank you. So yes, I should clarify, minimum qualifications and desired attributes are the standard terminology that we use in recruiting to differentiate those things. When it comes to minimum qualifications, it's usually a degree type, a number of years of specific background in the industry, and maybe 1 additional license or something like that that is key to the agency. Your desired attributes are the ones around that 5 to 10.
5 to 10, okay. And the minimum the minimum ones are pretty much in the job description as it is today, I think. right?
Typically, yes. However, agency heads don't have those structured within the classification compensation structure.
Okay, okay. Just getting clear on the language. That's helpful. Thank you. Ben?
Just to follow on that, I think the minimum requirements that is in statute. We have a line or two in statutes that
Yes.
we have, right? I was maybe going to ask Annika to weigh in. You've been asking a lot of questions, and Jim, I'm completely on board with this, but I'm hearing a couple different things in the room today, and I'm wondering if Annika can help us navigate this line that we've been talking about keeping anonymity of the candidates, yet following the law. Are we all on track so far?
Chair Kelly, members of the board. So we never provide legal advice in the open session, but everything you've said today is really important for our understanding and will help us work with you to form eventually what process you want to do. And then you can request the legal advice, which we would then help you determine whether what you've decided to do moving forward comports with the law. And so, as you did indicate, we do work very closely with the labor and employment section at DOJ. That's Sylvia Cramen, just make sure everyone is aware of that name. She did help me last time working on this. This is the second time I've also done this. Nothing today sounds at all alarming, and I do think we'll be able to work through whatever process after the end of today or the next meeting you determine you think is the best process for this board.
Go ahead, Liz.
Okay, so just a clarification. Thank you, Annika. So now I understand that if an individual versus the subcommittee does that, whatever vetting they're doing, then it can be private. Then we move into the rounds of interviews. And even though the rounds of interviews, encompass more people, it's still a private, that information is still executive or private. What do you think? Am I understanding that right?
Thank you. Close. That would be similar to the situation that I described with a subcommittee doing application review. Any space where you have multiple individuals acting on behalf of the board in that capacity, they would have to do that in executive session. Any decision making has to be done in open session. If there's a decision made to narrow down the pool of candidates, the decision would be public, and that usually includes the names of those candidates. So that would be a space where your candidates are made known.
It's a bit to navigate, isn't it? Yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
I've got one more question. Thank you. And thank you for what I'm expecting. I think is you're going to continue to hold our hand through this process over the coming months. Can you talk a little bit about timeframe? What we might expect? What might this look like? It sounds like we're sort of gearing up to go. We might have a meeting next week to sort of formalize some of this. What might that look like?
Yes, thank you. So this all depends on the total number of steps that get included in the overall recruitment plan, how many individuals are involved at each step of the process, et cetera. So the typical HR answer would be it depends, but the overall answer is usually we have these positions posted publicly for application for 30 days. And then from there, it's within the first week that we narrow down our short list of candidates and try to invite candidates to a first round of interviews. And we try to space those out no more than a week apart, if at all possible. Sometimes based on board meetings and the individuals that are involved, that may extend the process. If things go quickly, it's usually a 2-month process. If it takes a long period of time when we're dealing with positions where we have multiple boards involved, we could have it end up being 4 months, which is not ideal, but approximately 6 to 8 weeks if we're moving quickly.
My understanding is that legally, the things that we need to do as the first steps is as I mentioned at the beginning of our meeting, one, we would have to have a vote to actually hire a search firm. And two is to adopt a recruitment plan. And I understand that, other agencies, Fish and Wildlife, have done this recently, that they have done that work. I don't want to start from scratch here. And so are you able to provide a recent recruitment plan that we can take a look at and edit and change? Probably, I'm assuming the biggest changes will be the difference around public process. But other than that, I imagine most of it is rather rote. Is that something that we can get here soon?
Yes, absolutely. I would be able to get that to you by early next week. I have something drafted already and was hoping to hear the input from you all and the public comment that is going to be had today before finalizing the draft to get that sent to you.
Okay.
I will also mention there have been minor edits with public meeting law since everything started with Fish and Wildlife, but those have all been taken care of. So you may see some slight differences in Fish and Wildlife's process versus what is brought here.
Okay, great. Well, that would be really helpful. Any other questions, comments? You've left us all completely confused, but thank you for that. No, not really. You're doing a good job. And we appreciate your being here to hold our hands as we embark on this process again. Okay, and not hearing anything else, I think we are able to move on to our next agenda item, number 5. And this will be a staff presentation. And Eleni, are we able to do this early? Okay, it's just you. Okay. As I think most of you know, there was a process that Eleni will explain to find out from staff what staff would like to see in terms of desired attributes, and we'll let Eleni explain what's been learned.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the board. I'm going to load up a presentation here shortly, and I'll get that shared out for you. To begin, I will just share that several weeks ago, the Department of Forestry issued an internal survey to our department staff so that we could collect feedback for you all to review on what department staff feel would be suggestions for desired attributes on this recruitment. We provided them an open-ended opportunity to comment on the recommendations for changes and considerations. We provided them the list from 2021 that was previously curated and asked them essentially, what recommendations for changes or additions would you like to suggest? All right, so of the department's 1,000 plus workforce, 1,000 plus person workforce, which consists of permanent and seasonal employees, we received a total of 112 responses, which represents an estimated 10.2% of the department. 9 total responses did not offer relevant feedback to update the state forester desired attributes. These responses were along the lines of comments that the 2021 list was satisfactory. They recommended a specific person should be hired, or maybe they were left blank in 2 instances. The remaining 103 responses did provide feedback to improve or replace the desired attributes from 2021. We took this feedback and broke it down into 5 main categories, which we can suggest to you. This will include background and experience, knowledge and understanding, skills and attributes, values and beliefs, and lastly, goals and priorities. I apologize, I'm waiting for the slides to come up. Perfect, and we can click through like 3 or 4 times. One more time. Perfect. So these were our response categories that essentially we took open-ended comments and pulled out from those open-ended comments specific feedback that fit into those 5 categories. So clicking through to the next slide, we'll talk about the background and experience suggestions that department staff offered. These responses were identified by comments that included phrases like has a history of, a background in, experience with, proven record of, those sorts of similar phrases. These statements were combined into subcategories that I'll go over. They were most often an occupational background recommendation, but there were some on an educational background recommendation too. Next slide, please. So here you can see the top 6 recommendations for background and experience. The first 3 scored much higher than the remaining ones there on that list. At the very top was forest industry experience, where 37 responses offered recommendations for an occupational background as a field forester, practical forester, or in forest management. Suggestions also excluded that this experience include forest ecology across the state of Oregon, silviculture, forestry technology, and forest recreation. Some responses indicated that this category could be expanded to include natural resource management. What we saw in these comments were that a background or experience with the forest industry was a suggestion that came from individuals who believe this work is complex and dynamic, that it's not something that can just be picked up by an individual who doesn't have this naturally in their repertoire, and it's not something that they feel could be faked. Department staff suggested that a forest industry background is critical for making decisions, prioritizing work, and setting the example for climate-smart forestry and adaptive management techniques. The next most recommended background was actually a background within the Department of Forestry. This showed up in 27 responses where individuals recommended a history of working within a district or unit office. They maybe suggested ODF-specific occupations as a background or called out previous divisional or programmatic involvement. Most often, this response conveyed a desire to have a state forester with a long-standing background working for the department. However, some individuals did expand to include previous partnership or extensive collaboration with the Department of Forestry. The sentiments that we're seeing here were that department staff have a strong desire to see the next state forester be someone who has worked alongside with them, who has performed work at all agency levels, and somebody that they know and can already respect. 25 responses highlighted a background or experience fighting wildland firefighters, leading teams that respond to critical emergencies, have a background in emergency response, wildfire suppression, or prevention. We moved down a little bit more into public and political relations, where we had 24 responses suggesting a candidate with experience navigating political relations who has successfully engaged in local, regional, statewide, and federal politics, who has a history of providing public statements that are authentic and unscripted, and has a background in relationship building with government entities, key stakeholders, landowners, communities, and tribes. The last 2 on this list were not nearly as recommended as the first 4, where we had business management mentioned 16 times and organizational leadership mentioned 15 times. A formal degree or academic background in forestry, environmental science, ecology, biology, or related field was also mentioned by respondents 10 times. The next category is knowledge and experience. This differs from the background piece or knowledge and understanding rather. This differs from background in that this isn't necessarily associated with a specific job title that someone had, and it may just be experience that they've picked up through a number of means. So if we look at these were identified through comments that offered phrasing like knowledge of, expertise in, familiarity with, understanding of, and similar phrasings. If we click to the next slide, we'll see that the top 3 suggestions here were that number 1 was of department field operations and programs. 2 was knowledge of wildfire response operations and prevention. And 3 was of forestry operations and silviculture practices. If we click through to the next slide, some additional suggestions that received less than 20 responses would include agency budget and legislative processes, regional differences in Oregon, the impacts and effects that decisions have, stakeholders and their understandings and motivations. There was also some smaller, less than 10 mentionings of forest-related technology, conservation and ecosystem preservation, climate change impacts, and adaptation and mitigation strategies, forest impacts on human health and well-being. The third category for recommendations is that of skills and abilities that the state forester should have. The responses that we found break down and were identified by comments that include suggestions on what the candidate should be able to do, should be proficient in, can demonstrate. They're largely focused on interpersonal or relational skills, but there are some technical skills called out as well. Next slide. The most called out skill and ability was that of communication. 26 responses suggested that the next state forester should be able to demonstrate excellent communication skills, providing clear and effective communication to a variety of audiences. They are seeking someone who is skilled in public speaking, who can speak confidently, authentically, and unscripted, as well as from the heart. Leadership is called out next from 21 different responses. Department staff seek a state forester that demonstrates proven leadership. The leadership styles are varied, and comments that we received didn't reference a specific leadership type. However, they do often pair the leadership comment with a desire to have a leader who can relate to staff at all levels in the agency, who has worked alongside those they intend to lead, who can inspire and motivate others, provide clear vision, and hold management and staff accountable. Department staff may be seeking someone who demonstrates servant leadership or transformational leadership. They are looking for someone who is authentic and who is also visionary. While comments did not specifically call out a leadership style they wanted, they did call out against top-down and authoritarian leadership styles, disliking leaders who surround themselves only with executives or command from a tower. ODF leaders from the past and present were called out throughout comments. They commended leadership from acting State Forester Kate Skinner, from previous individuals who have worked for the department, as well as current leaders, and I'm happy to share that with you later as well. Skills and abilities then continue down to collaboration. We had 20 responses showcase a suggestion for collaboration as a valuable skill for the state forester to have. This is evident in the comments as being collaboration both within the agency and with external partners. Department staff are seeking someone who is skilled at facilitating conversations with multiple partners, who offer collaboration that is purposeful and genuine, with an appreciation for what other voices can provide and an ability to diffuse conflicts when they arise. Additional skills and abilities are listed up there at the top. At 12, there was decision-making showing up 12 times, Direction was showing up 10 times, strategic thinking 9 times, and then many others that are listed up there as well. Takes us to values and beliefs. So the suggestions here were identified by comments that include phrasing like they value this certain thing, or they wanted a standard to be upheld, guiding principles that the person may demonstrate. Essentially, this boils down to what commenters are hoping the next state forester will care about. So if we flip to the next side, what we saw rise to the top was that 17 responses requested the next state forester commit their time and effort to visit and meet with staff and field offices. They're looking for in-person engagement. They would like the state forester to know the people who work for them and understand their challenges, their work, as well as take pride as what is happening in a local level and engage with their communities. Right behind that was holding others accountable and demonstrating integrity. 16 responses requested a state forester who is fair and just. They would like this person to hold all individuals within the department to the same standard and should follow through on promises made. Accountability is referenced in comments as it relates to managers, to the agency, as well as to how the state forester holds themselves. Additional values and beliefs are listed on the previous slide there. I'll run through the next few that had more than 10. It was valuing feedback and input from multiple sources, which would mean listening to learn, seeking to understand, and being open-minded. They value honesty and transparency. Next is employee well-being, which includes commitment to them and growing their careers, offering training opportunities, genuine care for their health and well-being. Then improving inclusivity and belonging, which means to commenters, prioritizing serving and involving historically underrepresented communities, as well as promoting opportunities within the agency. The last section that I'll cover here is goals and priorities. And these were identified by suggestions on very specific outcomes or projects or priorities that they wanted the state forester to have. They're not always directly associated with desired attributes, but they do allow you some insight on what the department staff is thinking they'd like the next state forester to accomplish. And so that allows you the opportunity to kind of interpret what those desired attributes might be to fit these potential suggestions. So for this section on the next slide, you'll see the top 3 are the only ones I listed here, and you're welcome to view the full report where I believe there are like 16 suggestions. 12 commenters suggested that the next state forester narrow the focus of the agency's work, remove silos, and provide alignment across the agency, focusing in on key priorities and the founding core values of the agency. Behind that is spending time in field offices, which we kind of already mentioned. They want a state forester who will come out and be willing to do field work, get to know people and the challenges, and engage in person, not just virtually. And then lastly up there, right behind the field office engagement, is improving the agency's public perception, tell the agency's story, and be an advocate for the agency. So last slide here, as I conclude, you can see from the report and from the presentation that there are some consistent themes that show up across all the different categories. Department staff are very frequently recommending desired attributes that would lead to candidates being familiar with agency operations and forestry, wildfire, and they're looking for someone who has strong interpersonal skills that would allow for collaboration, relationship building, working with our key constituents. I do want to share, though, that the information provided in this report is compiled in a way where we solicited a large amount of feedback in an open-ended way and doesn't necessarily indicate the order of the department's priorities and how that might have shaken out. Maybe if we had asked them to rank desired attributes, you'd probably have a different list than what you're seeing here now. But the full report essentially provides the board the opportunity to review all of this content and make the decisions to prioritize certain desired attributes over others. Ultimately, the department respects the board's position and authority to make the decision on desired attributes, and we are here simply to support you or provide you any tools that you may need in the process. And that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions?
For some reason, I am just so moved by this, Kate, because, and I'm going to get emotional about this, because I know what the department has been through, just a little bit of it. And what I see here is the 1,000+ employees speaking to us and wanting to be heard. And so what I expected was, okay, we want, the priorities and we want whatever. But through each of these categories, the authenticity, the engagement, come out to the field, get to know us, understand us. We want to be accountable. We want, and I'm not at all surprised about there isn't one leadership, because I think a good leader exhibits all different transformative within the life of being a leader. And so I'm not at all surprised that you would pick one, because you want a leader that's all of those. So I'm just moved by it. And I thank your employees for coming out and taking the time to respond to that. I just see a lot of dedication, service, a lot of heart in that. So I just share that back with them. I'm truly appreciative of all that, of that comment, and that we are offering that opportunity to be heard by the employees that are doing the work, and are serving, in the interest of the public good. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liz. I want to echo the sentiments. I had the privilege of going through all of the qualitative data that we received and reading all of the comments one by one, and sometimes multiple times over and over again. And it is just so evident how much passion and commitment the department has for their work, and they're looking for that in their next leader. So I appreciate the acknowledgement.
Thank you.
Ben Darling for the record. Thank you, Eleni, for putting this together. And I will echo Liz's comments. This is wonderful. And I really appreciate the way you structured this to keep it very open-ended. I think that it makes this a little bit harder to interpret, and that's going to be what my question is, but I think it makes it much more powerful and authentic and real. And so I think the way you set that up is great. As I look through this, and I think there's a ton of really good information in here that we should take to heart. I'm trying to, of course, rank this, prioritize this, put this into context. And maybe this is to you, Eleni, and to Kate. This was 10% of the staff who responded. Is there a way, one way to think about this is, well, the other 90% feel like what's going on is okay. What the current attributes we have, the current description is sufficient. Or they didn't have the capacity or the time to do this, or it wasn't as important to them. I'm wondering how to put this very rich set of comments in context across the large agency that is Department of Forestry. And I think your last slide was helpful there, but I'm wondering if either of you have any more words of wisdom for us how to use this, how to interpret this.
When I looked at the feedback numbers, so we do monthly all staff meetings via Teams and present kind of the highlights and what's going on. And when I look at that, our participation in those meetings are anywhere from 100 to 180 folks that can do it. We do it 8:30 in the morning, so we get as many folks as we can. And so then I saw the kind of that 110% piece, that seemed pretty consistent of the folks that, and I think that 100 that are at the all-staff meeting are probably different than the ones that filled this out. And so I think for what we asked them to do and being very open-ended, I think that this was a great response. We didn't ask for, where are you in the state or what level of the agency you are. But I think that this, my work as a district forester, as an employee, and then in different roles here lately, reflects what I've heard in feedback at all levels. And not just a Salem component or a leadership component. I think, I send those Friday emails and I get feedback every Friday from employees and at all levels of the agencies. And I think it echoes a lot of what we heard in this survey as well. And so how to use it, I think it's just another piece of the information for you as you go through those required and desired attributes and qualifications and pieces about, I don't know how you would rank it, quite honestly. And I also think it does reflect, though, too, of where our agency's been the last year, last few months, of what's important to folks. Yeah. You have insights, Delaney?
Yeah, so based on the historical context, the last time we did a similar survey, we also got about 10% of the workforce participating. And I would have liked that to be more. But when I started conversing with people on an individual level, what I found and what I'm seeing is that this conversation that we're having about what we want to see out of the state forester is something that is organically happening in the agency at all levels. And so maybe it is that in a specific team or office, only one person took the survey. But that one person's thoughts, even though they're that one person's thoughts, they're also a composition of what they're hearing from their teammates. And so, yes, 10%, is a score that we have, but I feel like it does have the potential to be reflective of a greater number than what I have on this piece of paper.
Thank you. That was both very helpful and helps to really solidify this in my mind as very powerful testimony. Thank you.
I have a few comments. And, it is fascinating. It's taken me kind of years to figure this out, but where the passion and pride in this organization comes from. And I think it's fairly obvious when you think about it. It's pretty different roots from most other government departments and agencies, and primarily, I think, because of the role around fighting fire, which gave it's just like we do this job, and so it is impressive to see the passion. It's and you can kind of see the hurt too in the last year with media stories and things, and both real and sort of made up that were hard for the people here. I think it's going to be really interesting to compare this feedback to the feedback that we will get from others and from the public. Clearly different, and like any other agency, this group will be a whole lot happier if we hire from within. And that's probably not the feedback we're going to get from everybody else who's going to look at some of those issues differently. And at the end of the day, it's really important that we have a good understanding of this. But at the end of the day, our job is not to the department, it is to the people of Oregon. And so we'll just have to respect and include all of this and balance it with other feedback and our own intuition and good judgment as we go forward. I think none of that is earth-shaking, is it? Other board member thoughts, comments?
There's someone up there.
Hi, Alexis Levesque for the record. And I might be missing this, but is there going to be a public input process? Is there going to be a survey for the public or, how are we gathering input, if at all, from the public at large?
The next step this afternoon, we have requested public testimony so we will be getting some of that. And we've had requests out there for written as well that we have put out to the public. And I'm open to any other specific ideas. If anybody thinks that there's outreach that we haven't done or should be doing specifically, but that right now that's what's happening, and we've been getting some of that already. Brenda, here.
Yeah.
Hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Just to follow up on Lexi's question, which was also on my mind. We have tools like Qualtrics that can be provided as survey instruments and be openly available for a fixed period of time, collect a lot of information and summarize it very quickly. And I think having something like that available for general input, stakeholders who are all Oregonians, not just the ones we hear from at every meeting, would be really helpful for me. The other point I just wanted to make was, Eleni, thank you so much for the summary and all the work you did to compile this information. It's really helpful. One thing I didn't hear very much in what you presented, or maybe not at all, was a call for any kind of change in the agency. And maybe that's understandable. People are comfortable with things that are predictable, and maybe uncomfortable with things that might be likely to change. But did you get a sense at all for changes that people would like to see occur in the agency?
Thank you, Brenda. Yes, I can't remember which specific category it is. I'll have to look at it again. But there was a significant call for agency modernization and a leader who can embrace change. This is often paired with a leader who will start embracing and utilizing forestry technology more to help advance the agency's mission. So there was definitely some interest in change, and it is often paired with an interest for adopting new technology to improve the work that we're doing.
Thank you, Eleni.
Yeah, thank you.
So, yeah, Liz Agpower. I was reflecting, Jim, what something that you said about similarities among the boards, but I think when I look at the department, it's a land management agency, and of all the other 50 boards, it's a small group. It's U.S. It's not U.S. It's Fish and Wildlife. It's Department of Forestry. So it is a small and unique group that, as I'm just thinking out loud, somehow I think figures into some of the criteria because it strongly connects in very many ways, like the testimony that we heard this morning, into communities and has that direct effect. So I'm just trying to think on how that unique and important piece comes up in some sort of criteria and for leadership. And maybe it's the collaborative piece, but because we're a land management agency, we have a direct and immediate impact, and we get direct and immediate feedback. And so the collaboration piece and probably many other leadership pieces play into that need to have that really strong skill. So just a thought.
Yeah, Jim, this is Joe. For the record, I think one of the things I've continued to say about this department, from somebody that works directly with them, professionally in my business, is they truly understand their customers, they truly understand their stakeholders, and that culture is very strong within the agency. And maybe that's somewhat reflective of the survey and some of the information coming out of that. And that's something that I'm really looking for a leader that preserves that part of the culture of this organization, which I think is incredibly valuable, and not easily built, and so that's some of my interpretation of that survey too. But you have a lot of people that are very, very passionate about what they do and very, very good at what they do. And I get the honor to interact with those folks in the field quite often. And so I see that daily. And so that's something that's important to me, is that we have somebody that maintains that level of kind of really customer service culture, serving Oregonians. So here, thanks.
Go ahead, Ben.
Ben Dormling for the record. I want to echo the public comment piece. I'm excited for our testimony session after lunch. I want to make sure we keep the door open for more of that as we continue through the process, because I want to make sure we're involving the public. We're hearing from them both in our process as well as the attributes. And I know there will probably be an interest in having our next meeting be quick, but I don't know if there's room for public comment there, or if it's appropriate there. But I think it's, and maybe I'm looking at Joy over here and thinking of Brenda's comments of making sure that more than just the usual suspects know that this is happening and are given an opportunity to provide feedback. And it doesn't need to all be in-person testimony. It can be written comments, but I think we should do what we can to broaden that tent, to give people an opportunity to provide feedback.
I do think, having all feedback come testify to the board or send testimony to the board is a pretty narrow way to reach out to the public, and it does result in the usual players doing most of using that tool. Brenda suggested some sort of survey tool that she's probably more familiar with than I am. And there's not a hard and fast timeline here in terms of at a point where continuing to get feedback through this is not useful. So I'm intrigued by what she suggested as some sort of an additional tool that, and I'm really not. Like I said, I don't know too much about those kind of tools, but I agree with the sentiment and the interest. For example, what specifically can we do on outreach to tribes? Tribes don't show up much here in testimony typically, so I think, maybe the first thing we would do is just try to assess who does not show up here, whose feedback is important and potentially valuable, and what steps. I don't think we can do all of that in a board meeting exactly, but I'd sure support something beyond, and I don't think just taking testimony at our next meeting is particularly needed or going to be useful. We've had the word out for a while for this meeting, and that this was going to provide that vehicle. So, who does? Alexi. Oh, it must be blocked from my view or something.
Thanks. Yeah, just one more piece on the public engagement. And maybe this is just because I'm new and I don't understand fully the processes of how this works, but if I understand that the public can submit testimony and written comment on what they would like to see out of, like, what the desired attributes are. Is there, and like we have a spreadsheet of the written comments, but is there a way that we're like quantifying all the comments we're getting? Or like, I can reference this document that Eleni shared about ODF's comment, and it'll be nice to reference that as we go through this process. And I'm just wondering if there's a similar process for public comment or public testimony. Like, I'm taking my notes, what I'm hearing people say in their public testimony, but is there, some sort of like consolidation of the feedback we're hearing that we can reference throughout this process? Or is that not how public testimony works?
I guess I'll speak to what I think has been typical in the past, which is typically, for a testimony that is written or presented. I mean, we hear it, we read it. I think where there has been some help from staff is that if we get a letter writing campaign, usually in the form of emails and all of that, oftentimes staff will end up saying, okay, we got 752 emails on this subject, and so that we can kind of easier for us to grasp how that is. But that's, it is, I mean, it is our job to look at all the testimony provided to us as best we can. Elaine's got her hand up.
Lainey Collins, Board Administrator. So yeah, Alexi, our current process right now is that it's very much in the board members' responsibility to take their notes as they're hearing the auditory testimony, and then you do all receive comments forwarded to you that the board is receiving. If there is a type of support that would be beneficial to you that you're not currently receiving, for example, if you would like a written transcription of the comments that you're hearing during the board meetings, or if you would like a summary of, what's coming in through the inbox as well, if those are things that would be useful to you, that's a conversation that the board can have. And then Chair Kelly can, reach out to the state forester and see what we have the ability to provide you as a staff support. So it's definitely something that you are welcome to think about, and we can provide those supports to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all capturing the public comment, because, what if, or the public testimony, if there's 30 people that have opinions on what they would like to see, it's easy to miss something. I can only write so fast, but I appreciate the option of having a transcript or something. Thank you.
Brenda's got her hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I agree with Lexi. I think having some way of summarizing public testimony, especially where we get a lot of it. I mean, if it's only a few things, then yes, it's fine we're probably all going to put it together in the same way. But if it's a lot of testimony, a lot of information coming in, I think it's not only helpful for us to be more efficient, but it also gives us all a common basis, a common piece of information that we can all look at and have available to us, rather than each one of us trying to figure it out on our own. And I know that that's a staff time issue, and so I appreciate that, and I agree with Elaine's approach that it's got to go from Jim to Kate and then make some decisions about what staff time might be available to do something like that. But when we're talking about input on hiring the next state forester, it seems like it should be a fairly high priority.
Am I right that we don't have any email campaigns now on this?
No email campaigns right now related to the state forester.
All right. No other thoughts and comments? We continue to be ahead of schedule. And here's the situation we got, everybody. I mean, we have public testimony scheduled for 1 o'clock. We can't really change that. I imagine some of those. How many people do we have signed up?
We have 7 signed up for public testimony at 1.
7.
Just 7.
Okay. Well, we, I think some of us would love to be able to get out here early. Liz has brought that forward. We have talked to Josh, and they're, scheduled for 3 o'clock, but can be available as early as 1:30, which would be great. If we only have 7 and we start at 1 o'clock, we will probably be able to get out of here significantly earlier than the schedule that we now have that would take us to 4 p.m. Regardless, we have an hour and 45 minutes for lunch. I am in transiting from Portland to Bend, so I have 2 dogs in the car. So I know what I'm going to be doing through part of that time is finding a place to take them for a walk. What time will lunch? Will it be noon? Right.
Lunch should be delivered by 11:40.
Okay. All right. So you're all on your own. So thank you very much. All right. Hello, everyone. We'll get started here with our Board of Forestry meeting, afternoon session with item number 6, state forestry recruitment, public testimony on desired attributes. And I understand, Eleni, that we have some people here to testify, or either online or in person.
Correct. Chair Kelly and members of the board, we have 7 individuals prepared to provide testimony on this subject.
Okay, would you remind everybody of their 3-minute deadline and all of that?
Perfect. All right, so to help us stay on track, I will call out names in a set order. As I call your name, you will begin your testimony. Please be prepared to engage at that time. A timer will be displayed on the screen for 3 minutes, and when the timer runs out, we ask that you provide your closing statement. We'll begin our testimony with those who are in the room before transitioning to those participating online. So first to join us, Michael Lang and Nora Steed. Michael, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Kelly, Interim Forester Skinner, and board members. Thanks for the opportunity to provide comments on the desired attributes for the next state forester. My name's Michael Lang, and I represent the Wild Salmon Center. Wild Salmon Center and the State Forest Coalition have provided written comments last February and also oral comments last March. So I'll try to supplement what we've already shared with you all in my testimony today. The next state forester should be a visionary leader who can bring about structural and cultural changes necessary for fulfilling the agency's responsibilities. These include a deep understanding of ecological forest management and support for its implementation, particularly on state forests, through the adoption of a new forest management plan. And I know that's on your docket for later this year. A thorough understanding of the threats of climate change and a demonstrated commitment to addressing these challenges by implementing the Climate Change and Carbon Plan. A commitment to finalizing the long-term protections for imperiled fish and wildlife through HCPs and other measures on state forest and private forest land, regardless of the shifting political winds that are coming from the nation's capital these days. A track record for requiring the highest professional standards for all employees, a track record of transparency and decision-making and public accountability as well. And I heard some of the comments this morning, so I think these last 2 are particularly important due to these recent revelations that some district staff may have withheld information from the public and perhaps didn't follow through on good neighbor assurances that were made to neighboring landowners. So the next state forester should work to restore the public's trust in our state employees. And I understand, our state employees, just with Wild Salmon Center, our relationship has been very positive and there's a high level of trust. So it's very concerning when we hear about these examples as well. The next state forester should have strong communication skills and a willingness to listen to all communities, partners, agencies, and key stakeholders. Also, of course, experience with fire management is critical, and proactive responses to wildfire, including focusing on community protection. And experience in working with elected officials to secure funding necessary to fulfill the agency's responsibilities. These include a commitment to stabilizing and diversifying revenue for the state forest program, a proven commitment and experience for advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and a skilled manager able to provide leadership, direction, and support for the ODF, and who can engage effectively with the board, with the governor's office, with the media, very important too, and with the public. So thank you for considering these comments.
Thank you, Michael. Nora?
Thank you for having me today. Chair Kelly and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the desired attributes of Oregon's next state forester. For the record, my name is Nora Steed. I'm a student at Oregon State University studying forest management. I'm also the incoming Forestry Club president and a lifelong Oregon resident. As I pursue an education in forestry and look ahead to entering the industry upon graduation, I'm impressed by the technical and experiential knowledge required for effective forest management. In the past 2 years, I fought fire alongside private foresters and ODF, learned from professionals in the classroom and in the field, traveled internationally to observe natural resource management strategies in other countries, and worked as a field technician for a private forestry company right here in Oregon. I've seen firsthand how proper forest management requires an understanding of both current science and the boots on the ground realities of the industry. I've gained an appreciation for the pursuit of knowledge and experience as a direct corollary to better, more comprehensive forest management. Looking ahead, however, I'm struck with the fear that I'm going to graduate from the world of academic study and science-based best practices into one dictated by public opinion and uninformed sentimentality, which is why I'm here in strong support of including requirements that the next state forester have relevant knowledge and on-the-ground experience in forestry or Western Oregon wildland fire. With forest management as politicized as it is in Oregon, and in the face of mounting wildfire severity, intensity, and frequency, it's important that the person guiding statewide forest management is informed by science and worked experience, not public opinion or political influence. At this time, we need to be relying on relevant expertise more, not less. I hope that our next state forester is someone my fellow students and I can look up to and respect as an expert and leader in the field of forestry. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. You may be seated. Switching to our virtual testimony providers, first in the queue is Amanda Sullivan-Astor.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Kelly and members of the board. Sorry that I can't be there in person today, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan-Astor, and I'm representing Associated Oregon Loggers, the statewide trade association advocating for the small business forest operators that serve as the foundation of Oregon's forest sector. As you consider candidates for Oregon's next state forester, we urge you to select a leader who not only understands forests from a scientific and policy perspective, but who can also see them through the eyes of the forest operators and small businesses who manage, maintain, and protect these landscapes every single day. The next state forester must have the ability to connect the work of the Oregon Department of Forestry with those who deliver its outcomes: timber operators who build roads, reduce fuels, replant trees, and steward working forests that provide public and private benefits across our state. These operators are more than just contractors. Their work protects waters, purifies air, restores habitats, and they are the frontline wildfire responders of the state. The state forester must be able to communicate the lived experience of those small businesses and champion a narrative that ties vibrant wood markets to healthy forests, clean water, wildfire resilience, and climate mitigation. A thriving forest sector is not in conflict with environmental goals. It's essential to achieving them. Wood markets incentivize reforestation, fuel reduction, and sustainable land management. When forest operators are active, forests are healthier, and Oregon communities prosper. We need a leader who can drive these connections clearly and confidently. Someone who understands that small businesses are not an afterthought in forest management. They are the delivery system. We need a state forester who can elevate and align ODF's work with the capacity, expertise, and value of its most critical partners on the ground. In closing, we ask that you hire a state forester who embodies professional integrity, operational fluency, and respect for the people who are keeping Oregon's forests working. Choose someone who leads from a place of understanding and who will build strong bridges between the agency, the public, and the forest operators delivering results. Thank you for the time and commitment to this important process.
Thank you, Amanda. Next on the virtual queue is Ted Messing.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Ted Messing at 44183 Peterson Lane in Astoria, which is actually Brownsmead. I'm speaking to you as a concerned citizen of Clatsop County regarding the appointment of the next state forester. We are property owners and residents 50 years of Clatsop County since 1975. At our home in Brownsmead, we share a back property line with ODF. Here on this land, where we've raised our children and now enjoy grandchildren, we have friends and neighbors who make their living in the timber industry. As citizen of the North Coast, we ask that you appoint a state forester who will bring balance to forest practices, will safeguard coastal drinking water sources by protecting mature forest ecosystem, will begin to move away from devastating clear cutting, recognize the harm that pesticide application poses to our communities and soil health, and will work to prohibit pesticide spraying on forest land. We supports the Habitat Conservation Plan, implements the Climate Change and Carbon Plan, recognizes the need for improved communication with and engagement of the public in ODF processes, such as the annual operations plan, values transparency and is willing to communicate and collaborate with local stakeholders, including community advocates. We ask that ODF be a good neighbor who doesn't clear cut right up to your property line and then spray poison chemicals that drift onto our homes and gardens. The state forester and his or her leadership affects not only the Oregon State Forest, but the health and quality of lives of Oregon residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the virtual queue is Mark Buckby.
Chair Kelly and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. For the record, my name is Mark Buckby. I'm here on behalf of the Oregon Society of American Foresters as a co-chair of the OSAF Policy Committee. OSAF represents 700 professional foresters in the state, including field foresters, researchers, educators, land managers, committed to the science-based stewardship of Oregon's forests. As you search for the next state forester, we urge you to select a leader who is first and foremost a professional forester, a person with a forestry degree, preferably with certified forester credentials, and an active participant in modern and current forest sector activities. Oregon needs a forester at the helm at ODF, someone who understands the issues, who is strongly grounded in science, has considerable field experience, and has a deep understanding of our forests and the people who care for them. Oregon's forests are complex and dynamic, and the issues we face, such as catastrophic wildfire, declining forest health, and economic instability in our rural communities, all demand a leader who has worked in the field and understands the operational realities. The next state forester must know what it means to make hard choices under pressure and understand how agency decisions affect our forest resources and the forest sector economy. We need someone who invests in the agency's internal strength, who cares about the teams and understands the challenges that foresters and managers face every day. This person must empower professionals across ODF, giving them a voice in decisions and advocating for the resources, respect, and support they need to succeed. Oregon's next state forester must be decisive, be unafraid to take risks when needed to protect Oregon's forests and communities. They should stand firm in their commitment to keeping Oregon's forests as forests, extinguishing wildfires, sustaining mills and forest infrastructure such as roads, strengthening rural communities, and ensuring the health, vibrancy, and resilience of our forested landscapes. This role requires someone who brings vision, deep knowledge, and technical know-how, someone who can interpret the implications of natural resource policy, balance complex trade-offs, effectively work with state and federal partners, and guide the board in aligning its mission with operational reality. The next state forester should be a visible leader among peers in the Western Forestry Leadership Coalition and the Council of Western State Foresters, helping to elevate Oregon's voice and perspective both regionally and nationally. Oregon's forests deserve a state forester who leads with integrity, experience, and an unwavering commitment to keeping our forests as forests, to keep fires managed and communities supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Dan Newton.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly and members of the board. My name is Dan Newton, and I'm a family forest landowner in Douglas County with 630 acres that we've managed on a sustainable basis for more than 40 years. I am a professional forester who has worked in the industry for more than 40 years, a member of the Society of American Foresters, and currently serving as president-elect for the Oregon Small Woodlands Association. I've worked collaboratively on 2 ODF stream rule committees and was a founding member of the Watershed Research Cooperative and the Hinkle Creek Watershed Research Project. There are many attributes that a successful state forester should have. In addition to a number of leadership competencies, a state forester should have a deep understanding of forestry. I think of forestry as an applied science that also includes biology, silviculture, economics, ecology, hydrology, fire suppression, careful stewardship, and other factors, including politics. The state forester should have training and experience in these, including time as a field forester. In addition to the competence in forestry, the state forester should have experience as a leader where they have demonstrated the following skills: good communication, self-accountability, good character, ability to recognize and resolve conflict, the drive to succeed, treating people with respect. ODF is a large and complex organization. The state forester must understand the larger picture and the entire suite of responsibilities while understanding the details of each division. State forests, forest resources, fire protection, and other programs all have their own work plans and operate differently. For those programs and staff to be successful, the agency must have a leader who understands these details and can guide them through challenging times. Stakeholders need to be able to trust that the decisions of the state forester are made based on science and an understanding of the costs and benefits of those decisions. To build that trust, it takes experience and subject matter expertise. The state forester must understand rural economies and natural resource dependent communities, those who will feel the effects of decisions most acutely. In addition, the state forester must understand the needs of small woodland owners who provide an important role in both stewardship and timber supply. We're at a crucial time with the challenges and opportunities facing ODF, implementing the PFA, navigating the state lands HCP, increasing wildfire response, and surmounting the sometimes conflicting public pressures. These issues require steady leadership and a fundamental understanding of their complexities. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Our last testimony provider is Tyler Ernst.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tyler Ernst, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Oregon Forest Industries Council. And as the testifier that's batting cleanup here, I think you'll hear a lot of very similar themes to pretty much everyone who's testified in front of me. As you know, OFIC's members have regular dealings with nearly every division within the Department of Forestry, and as such, we have a vested interest in the effective operation of this agency. It is self-evident that competent leadership is one of the surest ways to guarantee such operational excellence. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak to the question of what the board should be looking for as it identifies the best person to lead ODF. It's our firmly held belief that the state forester must have extensive experience in those most integral functions of the agency, and perhaps no function delegated to ODF is more integral than wildfire management and response. Therefore, we implore this board to prioritize finding a candidate that has extensive on-the-ground experience with wildfire and emergency management. In a world where our forested landscapes are more imperiled by wildfire than at any point in recent history, we cannot afford to have the state's largest firefighting agency led by someone with no practical experience in firefighting and forestry. How wildfire is suppressed, how we mitigate future wildfire, and how we fund wildfire suppression and mitigation are of utmost importance as wildfire seasons get longer, more hazardous, and more expensive. We need an agency head who is willing to take bold, proactive steps to address risks, who can help those who approve budgets understand the scope of the issue and how best to resource our responsive mechanisms, and who is equipped to act decisively when wildfires occur. We also believe that the state forester should be an individual with professional or practical experience in forestry or natural resources. Oregon is the #1 state for sustainable forestry, but to maintain that distinction, we need an ODF leader who can engage in long-term planning regarding effective management of our state's shared natural resources and who understands how such planning impacts local communities across the state. Forestry is a specialized discipline, and an effective state forester should know how to leverage internal staff resources and work collaboratively with the private forest sector to promote management that lays the groundwork for future success. We also acknowledge the need to find someone with a proven track record of administrative excellence. And without question, seeking someone with relevant subject matter expertise and executive experience will inevitably narrow the pool of potential candidates. But we believe that it is worth prioritizing both and rather than accepting an either or candidate who will be out of their depth managing a complex and specialized state agency. As you move forward with this process, we hope that you will continue to provide opportunity for stakeholder engagement without making the process so cumbersome as to chill the potential applicant pool. And again, OFIC thanks you for the opportunity to provide comment today.
Thank you all for your testimony. That concludes the public testimony piece of this afternoon's topic on state forester attributes.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you to all of you who testified. I think that was quite useful, and we heard some very clear themes, and like we expected, some of it somewhat different from what we heard this morning. Any board member reactions, comments to the testimony that we just got? Okay, not hearing any, we will wrap this up. Josh, I understood that your crew would be ready by 1:30. It is not quite 1:30. Are you ready to go right now? In that case, we'll move right to it. So the next item is private forest accord implementation update that we've been waiting all day. I think that was just a continuation of a scheduled continuation of what we just did. I don't know what happened originally. Yes, essentially, originally I'd heard we would have about 20 people testifying, which an hour.
Excuse me. Number 7 is board discussion.
What? Oh, board discussion.
Yeah. Number 6 is what we just went through.
Yeah. Okay.
That was fine. I just wanted to make sure we weren't losing track of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah, I think we can do that afterwards because that will kind of naturally lead to our final conversation for the day.
Thank you.
I think more easily. So with that quick change, we will we'll move to the implementation update. Josh, it's all yours.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, Acting State Forester Skinner, excuse me. I'm Josh Bernard, the Forest Resources Division Chief. And we'll give it a minute here just for the slides to come up. All right. The purpose of today's agenda item is to provide you with an update on the division's work related to the private forest accord implementation and provide more information about how we interact with and support small forest landowners. Joining me today are Mike Kroon, Deputy Chief for the all land side of the division, Lori Bell, our Assistance and Incentives Manager, and Jennifer Ward, our Habitat Conservation Plan Reporting and Training Manager. As a brief reminder, in 2020, conservation and forest industry groups agreed to revise the Forest Practices Act. And in June 2020, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 1602. The bill, among other things, set a timeline for mediated discussions between the groups, which produced the Private Forest Accord Report. In March 2022, the legislature adopted the Private Forest Accord Report through Senate Bills 1501 and 1502 and House Bill 4055. Senate Bill 1501 required the recommendations of the Private Forest Accord Report be incorporated into the forest practice rules and requires obtaining an approved habitat conservation plan and related incidental take permits. Next slide, please. Since the passage of the PFA legislation in 2022, the forest practice rules have undergone extensive changes requiring a monumental implementation effort by Forest Resources Division and field staff at ODF. These efforts have included, but are not limited to, developing new rules for roads, stream side areas, steep slopes, compliance monitoring, and enforcement. A little over 100 rule modifications. Updating our e-notification system, or FERNS as it's called. Establishing the Small Forest Landowner Office to help small forest landowners access financial incentives and technical assistance programs. Establishing and administering the Small Forest Land Investment and Stream Habitat Program, or SFISH, and other PFA programs for small forest landowners. Creating and facilitating many training opportunities for internal and external audiences. Standing up the new adaptive management framework, including the establishment of the Adaptive Management Program Committee and the Independent Research and Science Team, which is housed externally to ODF. Modeling of streams and steep slopes, collecting road inventory information, initiating rulemaking for post-disturbance harvest and tethered logging rulemaking, and developing a habitat conservation plan. Next slide. Developing a habitat conservation plan is the next major milestone in the PFA legislation. It is a requirement of Senate Bill 1501 that an approved habitat conservation plan from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service, or federal services, as I'll refer to them, is obtained to maintain the historic changes to Oregon's forestry laws. Without an approved habitat conservation plan and subsequent incidental take permits, all the changes made in the March 2022 legislation roll back. Here's what a habitat conservation plan does. A habitat conservation plan is a mechanism for compliance with the Endangered Species Act. It is a planning document describing how specific activities will be conducted and the conservation benefits for listed species, how species impacts will be minimized, and how conservation measures will be funded. An approved plan allows for incidental take permits under the Federal Endangered Species Act. Incidental take permits allow for some take of a species if it is not purposeful and is related to otherwise legal activities. Take here means to harass, harm, or kill a species. In this plan, we are seeking 50-year incidental take permits for fish species and 25-year incidental take permits for amphibian species. The federal services are the decision makers on the plan and the incidental take permits. ODF submitted a preliminary draft conservation plan in 2022 as statutorily required to the federal services. The draft was based on the private forest accord report with limited details. Since then, we've continued developing the plan with the private forest accord authors, contractors, and facilitators. In July 2024, ODF submitted the updated plan to the federal services for their review and input. In December 2024, the federal services responded with questions and feedback. We're currently working with the services to clarify the questions, understand the feedback, and respond with an updated HCP. Next steps include developing and submitting an updated HCP to the federal services late summer or early fall 2025, so later this year. And once submitted, working with the federal services on finalizing a public draft. Simultaneously, the services will be working on the development of the environmental impact statement for the NEPA process, which the services have 2 years to complete. This will put us late summer or early fall 2027, and we'll have a couple of months left for the services to issue incidental take permits. As we move to the next slide, I'm going to pass it over to Mike Kroon to introduce the Small Forest Landowner Office.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and Acting State Forester Skinner. I'm Mike Kroon, the Forest Resources Deputy Division Chief for all lands portion of the Forest Resources Division. I'm speaking on behalf of the Implementation and Support Manager, Jesse Ebert, who is unable to be here with us today. Along with a couple other managers, we'll be highlighting the programs put in place since the installation of the SFO office. Small Forest Landowner Office was established as a charge to ODF in Section 19 of Senate Bill 1502, 2022, Senate Bill 1501 and 2022, to support and promote the implementation of financial incentives and technical assistance for small forest landowners, or SFOs. The SFO office consists of two units. These two SFO office units work closely with our Public Affairs Office, our newly established training unit, and field staff to deliver the services to landowners. Several additional field positions were established to add to the implementation of the requirements of Senate Bill 1501. These field foresters are the primary contact for landowners who need assistance with managing their lands. Salem staff are there to support these field foresters. The SFO office serves as the lead coordinating supporting body within the Oregon Department of Forestry to assist ODF districts and landowners with programs, partnerships, and educational opportunities consistent with the Habitat Conservation Plan. The SFO office staff works closely with state and federal partners to ensure the latest information, training, and financial information is available to field staff and landowners. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to talk about the main programs established by the SFO office. The Small Forest Land Investment Stream Habitat, or SFISH program, which provides funds to small forest landowners to implement projects that result in an environmental benefit to fish or mitigate risks to natural resources arising from forest roads specifically. In 2023, the legislature allocated $6.67 million in general fund to the program, and on January 1st, 2024, the rules establishing the program became effective. In December 2023, the program began accepting grant applications, assessing the eligibility of submitted projects and collecting site-specific data to inform project prioritization. In April 2024, the program, in collaboration with the SFISH review team, which includes the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and other key stakeholders, began prioritizing projects for funding. The program prioritizes funding projects in high conservation value areas across the state. The program has executed grant agreements worth an estimated $4.5 million, 17 small forest landowners. Combined, these projects will restore passage to more than 57 miles of habitat for native salmon and trout and improve water quality by replacing or removing 29 culverts. 9 of these projects are anticipated to be completed in 2025, with the other 8 planned for completion in 2026. In addition to the projects moving forward, there are 32 SFISH applications awaiting funding. As you can see, this program has found some popularity among small woodland owners. Given the inherent differences between SFOs and larger landowners, in the addition to incentives, the PFA framework designs different standards for SFOs, which are referred to as SFO alternatives. 2 primary alternatives are the SFO minimum option and the road condition assessment, or RCA. The SFO minimum option provides alternative vegetation retention options for qualified SFOs, providing them with an option to harvest at a reduced buffer width. The road condition assessment, or RCA, is an alternative for qualified SFOs that allows them the choice to participate in the 20-year forest road inventory assessment process that other landowners are working through, or to opt out of the process by certifying as an SFO. Instead of the FRIA process, SFOs submit an RCA when notifying our harvest operations that result in the use of a road to haul timber. Technical guidance on RCA completion and additional resources are available at our website, as well as the option to receive assistance at our local ODF offices. Another private forest incentive program that was established is the Forest Conservation Tax Credit. This tax credit is available to qualified SFOs who decide to harvest at the standard practice level for vegetation retention rather than using the SFO minimum. SFO receive a tax credit based on the value of the unharvested timber inside the conservation area and any costs related to completing the timbers, such as the timber assessment, for example, the cost of a timber appraisal. By implementing this option, the SFO is agreeing not to harvest conservation for the next 50 years, and a deed restriction is put in place. The final program to mention is the Forest Health Unit, which has been incorporated into the SFO office to increase landowner assistance in the management of the forest land and to give additional assistance to those landowners requiring it. This unit has been with ODF for many years to support landowners with issues around forest health, such as sudden oak death, Swiss needle cast, and emerald ash borer. In addition to these programs I just mentioned, the Small Forest Landowner Office has incorporated existing incentive programs and support into the SFO office as directed by Senate Bill 1501. I will now pass the presentation to Lori Bell, the Assistance and Incentives Manager, to introduce the financial and technical assistance programs for SFOs.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and Acting State Forester Skinner. I'm Lori Bell.
Next slide, please.
I am the Assistance and Incentives Manager within the division's Small Forest Landowner Office. Our team works with non-industrial landowners and other organizations to keep forests healthy and productive. Our primary function is to work with federal partners to administer and manage grants. We also facilitate a large field outreach component to enable ODF staff to provide technical and financial assistance to landowners through these programs. We're dedicated to efficiently administering ongoing statewide programs and collaborating with all districts across the state to support small forest landowners by implementing these statewide ongoing programs and one-time awards for direct service to small landowners. These programs include, but are not limited to, the Emergency Forest Restoration Program, which provides technical assistance for all natural disasters. For example, in response to last summer's fires, 2024, ODF is currently helping 114 landowners get signed up for EFRP, which includes developing restoration plans for their small forest land. Another technical assistance program in the forest stewardship is the Forest Stewardship Program. In the past year, ODF staff has provided over 11,500 hours of technical assistance to non-industrial landowners through this program. This promoted active and sustainable management to over 140,000 acres across Oregon. We also have a statewide agreement with the Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS. This agreement supports technical assistance for landowners to access financial assistance from NRCS for forestry conservation practices. This program provides funding for ODF staff to conduct forest inventories, forest management planning, project layout, contract development, and completion of certification practices to allow for financial assistance to the landowners. Additionally, we are administering a one-time disaster relief award for the 2020 wildfires. This award is an example of financial assistance via pass-through funding to the Jackson County Soil and Water Conservation District, Western Forestry and Conservation Association, Willamette Valley Ponderosa Pine, the Klamath Watershed Partnership, and American Forests, all to help landowners with post-fire restoration and to address seedling needs from 2020. My team also manages 2 general fund programs, providing financial support to landowners and partners. The Landscape Resiliency Program and the Small Forest Land Grant Program, both established by the Historic Wildfire Bill, Senate Bill 762 in 2021. In this biennium, the Landscape Resiliency Program funded 5 projects, each awarded $10,000, resulting in 28,753 targeted acres of landscape scale projects. And the Small Forest Land Grant Program awarded 14 applications with $2,500,000 that was allocated. This resulted in treating 1,386 targeted acres, all on land owned by small forest landowners in and around communities. I'll now pass the presentation on to Jennifer Ward. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Lori. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and Acting State Forester Skinner. I am Jennifer Ward, the division's Habitat Conservation Plan Reporting and Training Manager. To implement and sustain the workload of the Private Forest Accord and related legislation, the division received added staff capacity, which included a much-needed training unit to educate ODF foresters, division staff, landowners, operators, and the public on the extensive changes to the forest practices rules and ensure consistent administration throughout the state. It was imperative that the training team work quickly to develop and launch a robust training program that met the needs of both existing and new staff. Taking a collaborative approach, the unit has developed training and outreach materials for ODF foresters, subject matter experts, operators, and landowners on the new rules, in addition to increasing the understanding of the existing FPA rules. In 2023, internal training included over 2 weeks on forest practices administration, field-based training focused on streams and road rules, and facilitation training skills. Mixed audience training opportunities included certified steep slopes, the e-notification system Ferns, Basics Forest Practices Act training for operators, small forest landowner programs, and public workshops on PFA rule changes. Presentations were made by stewardship and SFO foresters and division staff at local Oregon Small Woodlands Association chapter meetings, OSU Extension Tree Schools, the Oregon Logging Conference, and the Council on Forest Engineering Conference. In 2024, internal training included small forest landowner training for all ODF foresters, topic-specific online question and answer sessions, and Forest Practices Act enforcement training. We continued training for operators through AOL's Basic Forest Practices training and for small forest landowners through OSU Extension and Oregon Small Woodlands Association workshops, and assisted Department of Fish and Wildlife with flow permanence training. Presentations on the new rules for small forest landowners were also made at Tree School Clackamas and the Oregon Small Woodlands Association Family Forest Land Convention. Additionally, content for a division educational video series began to be published on the ODF YouTube channel. Examples include road condition assessments, the Ferns e-notification system, and flow permanent survey training. For 2025, the training team continues to prioritize in-person trainings that will be regionally focused and draw on local subject matter experts to maximize efficiency and reduce travel requirements. In early spring, we partnered with agency and industry experts to host a regional series of reforestation trainings for ODF foresters, which included tours of local nurseries. We currently are working with our forestry education partners, including Oregon Forest Resources Institute and Oregon Small Woodlands Association, to provide additional reforestation resources for small woodland owners to achieve successful reforestation post-harvest or catastrophic event. To ensure new foresters are receiving timely and consistent FPA training, we've implemented a live online intro to the FPA course. This is an 8-week training course split into 2-hour blocks and includes division subject matter expert presentations. The training team continues to support the division through in-person and virtual training coordination, presentation, and tracking. We continue to look for training opportunities through enforcement trends, compliance monitoring, and survey feedback. One of our leading goals for 2025 is to build up our digital education content and identify a new landing site for our forestry video series. With the continuation of the video series, we're committed to having an evolving and revolving set of videos that support educational gaps and a showcase for both internal and external audiences to understand the critical work ODF Forest Resources Division staff and collaboratives bring to our landowners. Now, I'd like to share with you the most recent video the training team has produced, which summarizes some of the work that we've talked about today. Lainey, show the video, please.
Land in Oregon. We'll begin with Welcome to Small Forest Land Owner Alternatives. In this video, we'll explore the minimum options, programs, and incentives available for small forest landowners who harvest timber or want to improve roads or stream crossings on their forest land in Oregon. We'll begin with a brief background on the changes to Oregon's Forest Practices Act that were implemented in January of 2024 and why alternatives were created for small forest landowners. We'll cover the qualifications and how to register as a small forest landowner in Oregon, then provide you with an overview of the alternative options. There will be links at the end of the video that take you to the ODF website and to each program for more information. In 2022, legislation passed that directed the Oregon Department of Forestry rules and update the Oregon Forest Practices Act. ODF was provided with extra resources, including more staff and programs to better assist small forest landowners. Alternatives were created to help reduce the impact of the new resource protection standards on small forest landowners in Oregon. A small forest landowner is a landowner who owns less than 5,000 acres of forest land in Oregon, has harvested an average of less than 2 million board feet of timber from their Oregon forest land per year during the past 3 years, and does not expect to harvest more than an average of 2 million board feet of timber from their Oregon forest land per year during the next 10 years. If you've harvested or plan to harvest more than an average yearly volume of 2 million board feet, contact your local ODF office to see if you may be eligible for an emergency exception. You can certify as a small forest landowner when notifying in ODF's notification system known as Ferns or by submitting a voluntary registration form available on the ODF website or from your ODF forester. Riparian management areas, also known as stream buffers, have been made wider for the protection of water quality and stream-dependent species such as salmon, steelhead, bull trout, and amphibians. Minimum option is a riparian management prescription that allows small forest land owners to harvest using a narrower buffer than the standard practice width required for larger landowners. Buffer widths will vary depending on the stream type and location in the state. The availability of the minimum option is limited by a 5% cap based on the total stream miles inside the watershed where the property is located. Road construction and maintenance standards are designed to minimize sediment from entering waters of the state, provide clear fish passage, and avoid new road construction in critical locations such as steep slopes, landslide hazards, and near streams or wetlands. A road condition assessment is necessary to evaluate the status of roads used for hauling, identify stream crossings that prevent fish migration, and locate areas where sediment is likely to enter waters of the state. If road-related problems are found, the Small Forest Land Investment in Stream Habitat Program, known as SFISH, may be able to cover the cost of repairs or stream crossing replacements. Small forest landowners are required to submit a road condition assessment at the time of harvest notification or when applying for an SFISH grant. The Small Forest Land Investment in Stream Habitat, known as SFISH, is a grant program to help small forest landowners implement road repair and stream crossing projects that are beneficial to fish. Projects must benefit fish species covered under the Aquatic Habitat Conservation Plan by preventing or minimizing delivery of sediment to streams from forest roads or improving fish passage at road stream crossings. The three types of eligible SFISH projects include replacing damaged and undersized culverts or fords that do not allow fish to move up and down the stream, repairing roads that have been abandoned, and repairing roads with loose soil or fill material that could wash into a fish stream. The Forest Conservation Tax Credit was created to provide a financial benefit to small forest landowners who support conservation and habitat protection by retaining a larger, unharvested area next to streams as a conservation area for protection of fish and wildlife habitat. Small forest landowners who agree to limit timber harvests in their forest conservation area for 50 years by following the standard practice for harvests rather than the minimum option can receive a tax credit based on the value of the unharvested timber inside the conservation area and related costs. The tax credit is equal to the stumpage value of the timber left unharvested between where you declined to harvest using the minimum option and where you chose to harvest using the standard practice harvesting rules. The tax credit includes the appraisal costs for determining stumpage value within the forest conservation area and the cost of filing a deed restriction with the county. Given the different stream buffer requirements based on stream size and classification, as well as location in the state, either Western Oregon or Eastern Oregon, those boundaries will be different and will create different sizes of forest conservation areas. Are you a small forest land owner planning a timber harvest? Do you think you might have an eligible SFISH project? Would you like more information on the other incentive programs available to Oregonians? If so, please reach out to your local ODF forester or visit the ODF website for more information. Scan the QR code or follow the link on the ODF homepage to access the Find a Forester map. Zoom in and click on your location to view the ODF Forester contact information.
Sorry, Laney's working in the background to get the presentation back up, but I'll continue anyway, just you can keep going. Chair Kelly, members of the board, for the record, my name is Mike Kroon, Deputy Division Chief. As we close out here, I want to note some of the key partnerships that we work with and to support small woodland owners and receive their input in that support. As you know, the Committee for Family Forest Lands serves as an advisory role to the board and the state forester and focuses on issues impacting small forest landowners. They are a very engaged group and are willing to have conversations needed to talk about issues. The department works closely with the committee regarding policies, guidance, and outreach materials for small woodland owners. A summary of the work provided by the CFF will be captured in the annual CFF report that's submitted in September to the Board of Forestry. We partner with the Oregon Forest Resources Institute in the development of the materials and trainings specifically for small forest landowners. One example would be the new illustrated guide, which I've given you each a copy of. Various pamphlets, Fish and Wildlife, and other joint projects geared toward landowner assistance and training needs. Lastly, the Partnership for Forestry Education consists of the Oregon Department of Forestry, Oregon OSU Extension, Oregon Forest Resources Institute, United States Forest Service, Oregon Small Woodlands Association, Natural Resource Conservation Service, WFCA, Association of Oregon Loggers, just to name a few. Through the partnership, we work with all members to provide education and outreach to small woodland owners. Chair Kelly, this concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Next.
Hey, thank you. It's an impressive amount of outreach. It's amazing to hear it detailed out like all of that. I'm just curious, how are most of these landowners, because you've got all these different ways they can touch, all of you, are most people starting on the web? Are most people starting with their district forester or through these different associations that you partnered with the trainings? I mean, how well is it all working and how is it in fact working?
So they've each been a little bit unique. The steep slopes training and the public 3-hour information sessions that we did, we advertised that. We sent out a press release and that's how they got the information for that. And then the others are through either the extension or Oregon Small Woodlands Association and then AOL.
And do very many landowners just go to the web and start looking at the ODF site? Are you able to track that, or is that?
Public Affairs tracks that information, but usually it's through other sources. Yeah.
Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record. Thank you for the presentation and for the huge lift that has gotten us to where we are today. This is a huge project. I wanted to dig into the small forest landowner sort of options. There was a huge amount of thought and effort and work went in the sort of development of this, of how to accommodate small forest landowners because of their unique nature, being lower down, having more riparian areas on their landscapes, smaller acreages. We have this tax, we have all these, you went through a bunch of these different scenarios that small forest landowners can avail themselves of. How's that working? How many folks, how many small landowners have pursued that tax credit option or have pursued these sort of carve outs for small forest landowners? I'm just curious what feedback you can have on sort of the actual folks taking advantage of those options.
For the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief, and maybe I'll start off there. Maybe I'll kick it over, Mike. I think Mike might be able to speak to like the number of road condition assessments that have been completed and those sorts of things. I don't know if you have the total around the forest conservation tax credit, but I think Mike could probably fill in a couple of pieces of information there.
Yeah, to answer your question, so we talked about the SFISH program on here. We actually have people waiting for that, for funding for that program. I believe 32 more plus the 17, I guess we have already online there. I did pull some numbers for the RCAs. So as of April 16th, so about a week ago, we've had a little over 1,200 RCAs completed across the state in just the year and 4 months, I guess. The tax credit, keep in mind, it's only been going last year. So I think I've heard of maybe one interested in that. So that may be, we were talking about this as what are some of the things we can improve into the future, and that's one of them, actually promoting that into the future. The other one was reaching out. I know we've had this conversation. CFF actually reaching out to those landowners who, I want to say they're uninformed, not unengaged. I guess they may not know about the forest practices. Like they're engaged on their land, they just may not know we exist. Trying to reach out to those folks as well. So. Those are some of the numbers I have, other than the numbers Lori gave for the incentive programs. Did I answer your questions there, Ben?
Yeah, it does. And I think it raises a follow-up question that there's a lot of pages in the rules and there's a lot of pages in this book. And if addressing this, and if one landowner so far has shown interest, I know we're still early and there's a long ways to go. Outreach is one. You guys are doing an amazing job, but there's a lot of small forest landowners out there. And I'm just wondering if maybe there's any lessons to learn yet. We're probably too early to have any lessons learned yet about ways to improve this, but that's a low number for a lot of pages of text. And I don't know if you have an answer for this yet, but it's something I'm paying attention to and wondering if there's ways we can do a better job of helping small forest landowners in the way they need help than what the authors initially put together. If you got any thoughts, or we can table it till next time.
I think they'd make an excellent conversation for the CFF committee to kind of talk about that. I know they've shown an interest in it. No, I think it's worth a discussion to try and see how we can get out there. I know I've talked to our public affairs office as well to try and figure out how to do some outreach to those landowners specifically for these SFO alternatives. So we've got a couple ideas there. And as an example, maybe put in a mailing in when they get their, well, maybe it's not a good spot, when they get their taxes for the year. I don't know if that's the right spot. Actually, kind of that outreach at least to ODF so they can contact us and talk about some of the incentive programs in Lori's side of the division. That's one example. But, some of the others is I know there's just some that I guess kind of the other side of it is kind of where I've gone as well, as there are these landowners who aren't logging. There's the ones that have no intention of ever logging or doing anything on the land. It's like kind of by default they're actually going through a type of conservation. I don't know if that's the right term or not, but just kind of sitting on the land. I know several folks who have had property for like 50, 60 years, and they by default just leave the land as is. So those are the people I want to reach out to, see how they talk to them, see if they need any help.
Thanks for the update. Josh, I would just, Heath Curtis for the record, keep the heat on, right? We need to get done by that deadline. And, the universe where we're trying to get the legislature to act to hold the private forest accord together after that deadline is messy and unpredictable and frankly, highly contentious. And so I know the agency's trying to do everything they can, Kate, to press this forward, but I think we need to be public about the degree to which the federal services are accommodating your efforts and your timeline. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast. We're running short on time.
Yeah, for the record, again, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. Definitely agree, and that's our mode moving forward, is doing what we can within our power to maintain the timeline.
Any other questions? Not hearing any. Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Thank you all. With that, we can shift back to item 7 and then follow through. I think we're early enough. We don't need to take an afternoon break, that we can have that discussion and then closing comments coming out of that. So the topic at hand is any board thoughts and comments, not just on what we've heard, but things that people haven't had a chance yet to express around what's important to them on this attributes, what we want to see in this next state forester. Who wants? Ben, you've been not too bashful today. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ben Doimling, for the record. I feel like I've been talking a lot today. Thank you, Jim, for setting this up. And I think I have a process question I'll save for the end. But as I look through the document from last time around, in general, it looks pretty good. I don't have a lot of feedback on ways that we need to change it. I know this is an attribute, but I think it's something that's very relevant in the way I'm going to think about the next state forester, is their ability to implement the vision documents. I feel like we have a very strong, clear document that we've put a lot of time in over the last couple of years. That in some ways is a very clear roadmap for a new state forester. And I think their capacity to take that document, that vision, and implement it is, I don't know if that belongs in here in these position description, but I think it is a very clear set of marching orders for our new state forester. And just want to sort of put out there, that's one of the main ways I'm going to be thinking about this new role.
When I hear you say that, I hear a interview question being formulated.
Absolutely.
Okay, Joseph.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. What's critically important to me is relevant experience in the discipline of forestry. I think we've heard a lot of testimony today related to that. Not surprisingly, that's very important to me. Somebody that can communicate information and science and kind of balance that with values and all the political pressure that this person is going to be faced with. I think we also need a leader that can not only, continue to promote the culture that we have at ODF and expand upon it and improve it. I think that kind of a leader is going to be very important to me. I truly believe we have a very, very strong culture, like I said before, of customer service, of folks that really understand what's needed by Oregonians, and I think we need a leader that can promote that and can continue to improve that. So those are the things that I really think about that are going to be very, very important to me with our new leader, this department.
Yeah.
Jim, I had a couple kind of process questions. Would now be an okay time to bring those up? This list that we have in our packets, it's a pretty good list. Required skills, desired attributes. I like it. It's kind of an all things to all people list, which is what you would expect in kind of this kind of drafting exercise. But I think when it starts becoming material is when we start putting together like scoring sheets. Are we going to use a scoring sheet? Who's going to design that scoring sheet? Are we going to ask DAS or somebody else to use that scoring sheet for purposes of making an initial winnowing of our candidates? And I don't actually think we need to answer all of those questions right now, but my question to you and maybe to the rest of the board is, how are we going to answer those questions, right? That is to say, there's some real kind of practical implementation questions here about how do we reduce this all things to all people list to a tool by which we select individuals.
I believe most of the answer in that is the subcommittee working both with DAS and professional search or headhunter firm. Okay. Sorry. Anyhow, I think that the nuts and bolts of that, a lot of that is going to have
at the subcommittee
be worked on by that subcommittee,
Fair
working with the professionals that we have here. I guess the thing that I want us to really focus on is, I never want to feel like we need to start from scratch. Work went into what was developed here in 2021. I think one of the couple of questions we should be asking ourselves, is there anything we got wrong there in that? Is there anything, that clearly needs to change or not? And I think part of what needs to be done is to think about the last experience and why Cal's tenure, just lasted 3 years. I don't want to overreact to what we perceive as the reasons for that, but also be aware and thinking about, okay, the whole political skill issue, how important did we not focus on that enough? Did we focus on that too much? Anyhow, I mean,
I'm pretty ignorant, if I may. How, I suspect a lot of people would give me permission to make that statement. How many applicants did we even have last time around?
I think 7. Does that sound right? Brenda?
Yeah, that's right. But I think I do not think that all 7 were viable candidates.
That's right.
There were 5 who passed the initial scoring,
Thanks,
who met minimum qualifications.
Yeah.
And is that how it was conducted last time? That is to say, you prepared a score sheet and had DAS apply that score sheet to the pool?
To tell you the truth, I don't remember the details of that exactly, but yeah, there was
It'd be interesting to see that score sheet if that were true.
I don't remember seeing anything more than what we have in here. There may have been.
I know.
But
and maybe they developed it and didn't show it to us, which is, and all of this, again, these are like specifics that that somebody needs to return to. And I was just trying to get a little bit of daylight on, what that was going to look like. It sounds like this is going to be driven by the subcommittee, and maybe this came up this morning. Do you have how do you anticipate forming that subcommittee? Be a chair subcommittee.
Well, I thank you for the question. And it's challenging at this point. And I also there was a comment, I don't know who made it, was it you, Ben, that we that we could be meeting next week. I don't see that happening. I see us 2 weeks out. I'd like to see us get to that stage so that we are getting this moving in early May, but I don't see it as next week. And Eleni, of course, has to find a date that works for all of us too. So there's just that practicality.
Wait, all of us are on the subcommittee?
No. So that's, basically intention there is to have a meeting where we do what we legally need to do, which is to adopt a recruitment plan, also authorize the hiring, the money to be spent for hiring a private firm. And at that time, I would expect that I would be naming a subcommittee.
Fine.
Right.
I suspect some of that stuff was covered this morning. I was just
Not really, but no, covering it now. But thanks. Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So first, in response to Heath's questions, which are excellent questions, Heath, I wouldn't rely too much on what was done in the last go round. It could have been a lot smoother and well done, more well done than it was. And so, while I agree with Jim that we don't want to reinvent the wheel here, I do think we need to look toward best practices and not necessarily toward the past. My question, though, is probably premature, certainly cynical. But given the pool of candidates that we had last time, some of whom I thought were good, acceptable, we hired someone who I thought was good and acceptable. But it was not a deep pool. It was a very, very shallow pool. And I hope we get a stronger group of candidates this time. But if we don't, what is the potential for a failed search and having Kate continue until we can have a chance to do it again?
Well, maybe I'm aware of this. I don't know if other people are aware of this now, but Kate recently decided to put her hat in the ring. And I would imagine we would be the more likely scenario is that at that point we're not happy with anybody else. I have a very high likelihood, I would think, of just hiring Kate. Maybe not. Maybe not. If we, yeah.
So, Jim, thank you. I wasn't aware of that, so thank you for that. And I sure hope Kate does put her hat in the ring. But I just, having served on search committees at the university level where we've had interims apply for the permanent position, sometimes that works out and sometimes it doesn't. And so I think that creates some additional complications where, yes, we need to tread carefully to respect Kate if it should not work out.
Of course. Brenda, I jokingly refer to myself as a pathological optimist, and I'm going to be optimistic about this. I think that with this change where we're going to I hopefully have a wider net with a change in how we handle this process. And as was mentioned to us this morning, that there's a lot of very qualified people coming out of the federal government right now. I'm going to be optimistic about this until proven wrong. That I suspect it'll be a very different situation.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
I hope.
I'm probably more in the Brenda camp of what did she say? Premature and cynical. But we'll see how that plays out, Jim. I do think though that next meeting, so you're thinking of calling kind of an ad hoc meeting of the entire Board of Forestry.
It'll be an
and then
online
come
meeting
together to do the governance thing and the plan, like such as it is. Okay.
And of course, we have hanging over us the possibility that there'll be legislation that passes. But we just have to ignore that, really. Otherwise, we just are throwing away a lot of time that we shouldn't be. It's our duty to just move ahead. And I assume everybody agrees with that approach.
Well, the sooner we can get that invite out, the better. My calendar is a train wreck, and so I look forward to trying to piece that together.
Yeah, I think we should be able to do that pretty soon.
Excuse me, Jim, just an observation. I completely agree with you that we need to move forward with the assumption that that this is the way it will be, given the pending legislation. But if that legislation passes and we expend a huge amount of effort and then the rug gets pulled out from under us, that's just not a good look. Is there any way we can get more clarity on where we are with this legislation?
I don't know, Brenda. I suspect that that things are going to clarify in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, that's just my. I don't know that, but I think so. I guess I should say I hope so as well. I'd be surprised if it if it drags on.
Brenda, I don't think it'll look like a train wreck. I think it'll look like we are moving forward absent another alternative, and that we are steadily progressing on the role that we are given because we have nothing else in front of us. And I think it's worth the effort that we're going to expend, and maybe even in stirring up some potential candidates. If it does change, we will have some idea of perhaps who might be interested. So I don't think it's a total wasted effort if it changes, just speaking for myself.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. And I appreciate your optimism, and I appreciate Jim's. But I just want to point out that if we put a lot of effort into this and start recruiting people, and then the process changes and we're no longer the ones making the decision, then those people who might want to apply may wonder whether or not this is a good situation to get themselves into.
Valid point. Valid point.
So there's also a bunch of questions about the tension between our control in this process as a board, presuming there's no legislation, and the degree to which we do or don't want it to be all public. That is to say, when you get that initial list, if we meet to review the list and do any winnowing, then I think that in itself is likely a decision that it would require a public meeting. And that would then require that the list be public. And so I think that at some point we need to have a conversation about the degree to which we were going to lean on staff to do that winnowing for us. And then we participate in review of the winnowed list. But I'm mostly making that up. I think that's how it works.
I think I heard today, and if anybody heard it differently, but I heard if we don't have a subcommittee, if we have one person who is given the ability to winnow that list down, then we don't even have to publicly announce it. If we have a subcommittee do it, we would then have to publicly announce the names. Correct. Does anybody hear anything different? That's what I heard today. So, and how we would handle that, I don't know. To me, that's not the way. Having people know that they're not on the list anymore, and these people are, doesn't. I don't see a big reason not to be able to disclose that in process. It does not. Because we're trying to have a process that we control more carefully and have as many applicants as possible, doesn't need that we need to be completely secretive either,
Okay. I mean, like, honestly, I'm not applying for the job, so I'm just kind of like, and I kind of, it'll play out how it does. I could see members of this board having a disparity of opinions about the degree to which we are or are not public with those lists.
You're not applying. The talent pool just became smaller already. Okay. Ben?
This is Ben. I have another process question. looking through these two documents, I'm thinking that it would be worth cross-referencing with our new board governance manual, which was created post these documents, and thinking that there is going to be some language in our board governance manual that probably will play into these two documents, the position description and the governor's position description that we have here.
This is naughty, but are you volunteering to do that?
But that's a good question, though. Are we going to have like dedicated staff on this effort? Is there going to be a ODF person that will facilitate this?
Actually, that is something that probably Eleni could do, is just looking at these documents that we use and cross-referencing it. I think Ben's point, and that was bad of me, but Ben's point is a legitimate one. We've adopted that. There's a lot of information there, and just a fresh reading by someone through the existing documents and that, and then, you know, and the answer Eleni, may be, I don't see anything, you know, but.
And Jim, in answer to your question, I'll go wherever you wherever you point me.
Okay. Further thoughts on state forester recruitment from board members?
And I have a clarification. When Kylan ran through the process this morning, there were two options for subcommittee. There was a subcommittee to look at the overall attributes and winnow those down. And there was a option for a subcommittee to winnow the candidates down. So there's two different subcommittees. And the one that, if we go with the one, allows us to do this in a more private setting.
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure there's two subcommittee options.
Right. To the degree that subcommittee is making recommendations about who among those candidates should be selected, then those need to be public meetings.
You know, I understood a subcommittee that would be working through the steps with the search firm, with DAS. I'm not certain, and I think the subcommittee could, to me, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think, you know, the subcommittee could do X amount of work, really, and that may or may not include any winnowing, and then have an executive session of the board to make recommendations and do that in an executive session of all the board. I mean, there's this with the subcommittee's work here is you know, really trying to because it's impossible for the board, the whole board, with the public meetings law and all, be, you know, being in constant contact and getting this, you know, operational little process issues settled and all of that, because it would have to be, that can't be done by the whole board. But we can make decisions together in executive.
I don't think you can. And maybe, like, I didn't think we could make decisions in
These are
executive
personnel
committee.
decisions, I believe.
Okay.
That an executive session of the board with that specific topic, to my knowledge, is perfectly fine.
What I heard this morning was that any decisions that would then have to be announced in public.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but the work could happen in executive session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, but it would have to be, if we had winnowed it down, we would have to announce that, have that announced. Oh, it's a little confusing, all of it.
So if I can step in just a second, Kylan is more than happy to come back to for your next meeting as you guys kind of work on these questions about process, and he's going to come back with a sample plan that you could use. And so I think that he'll be able to really help you decide which direction you want to go there, and then help you get that that plan and if it's a contractor and all that kind of stuff set up. Yep.
You don't know that one though, Matt? Like, can you take it from 20 to 4 candidates as a board in executive session?
Chair Kelly, Matt DeVore for DOJ. What I would propose is that this group, this discussion focus on what you want to see out of a process. And then when Kylan comes back, he can get into the details of exactly how to accomplish that. Because there are some nuances there and different options you could explore. But letting Kylan present something to see if it fits is probably the best next step. After you all have given your input on what you want to see.
And that's perfect. And that is in fact what I intend to encourage is that at that meeting, I actually think there's some pointy-headed questions that we would be well suited to grapple with in order to make sure the process looks the way we want and is legal.
Linda?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So it occurred to me after I was pondering our current candidate pool that if we have ODF staff time helping us with this, that the staff helping us with this would have to be those staff who do not report directly to Kate to ensure that there's no perception of any kind of conflict of interest between that staff member and the current interim state forester.
I think that's basically been addressed in that, as you know, and technically you could say she works for Kate, but Nancy Hirsch does do some part-time work for us, and so she has been asked whether she would be willing to sort of be the liaison person on this, and has agreed to do that. I think that helps in that circumstance.
I think that just has to. I think we just need to be sure that it passes the clean test, if you will, that there's no potential or even perception of a COI.
Right. Okay. All right. In that case, we can move to just any other takeaways or comments on any subject on our meeting today, process, whatever, before we wrap up. All right. Go ahead.
All right, just a couple things I wanted to share to wrap up here. So one is I wanted to announce that Eleni is going on a little job rotation to Forest Resources. So of course, after we've tried to plan out this whole thing, but she's going to be right here with us. We've got a person that's coming from another agency over that also works with commissions and boards and has a great work experience there. And Eleni is going to be working side by side with Ashley, is the new person, through the month of May. And so as we get these kind of critical meetings set up on all those pieces, we'll have that support. So I want everybody to know we're not going to drop anything through that. But I also want to say thank you to Eleni for everything she's been doing for us. And also that and good luck in the rotation. This is going to be a great experience for her over in Forest Resources. And then the other piece of that, well, I guess a couple things. So one, I also wanted to let everybody know Deputy Kyle Williams and I are going to Salt Lake City in May as part of the Council for Western State Foresters. So this is their spring meeting. It gives us an opportunity to meet with the other state foresters to talk about ongoing work, challenges, fire season, of course, and also to meet with some of our federal partners there in the Forest Service. And I think you heard one of the folks today from the public comments. We're trying to re-engage with the Western states as well as the National Association of State Foresters. And with what's happening at the federal level right now, it's probably no better time to get re-engaged there and to help us track what's happening out of the DC offices. So that's coming up. I also want to say to your comments, Brenda, yes, I have been informed that I've put the agency in a bit of a pickle on that recruitment process. And, you know, we are trying to make sure that I'm not involved with anything, and I will be stepping away and out of some of these conversations. So either Tim will be here or somebody else to help the board through their process, but also Nancy coming in is going to be a big help as well. So we will keep all of that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Well, we're happy that you've put us in a pickle as well. So, I'll say that. Yeah, Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record. Well, this has been a slow, but I think very important meeting. So I appreciate the conversation we've had today. And I think I'm excited for the next steps and excited for a new state forester. I just wanted to have a little shout out. This Oregon Forest Protection Laws, the illustrated manual that was put on my table here today. I'm so excited about this. This is an incredible document, and the previous editions have been wonderful and a great reference. And this is the first I've seen. I knew this was out. The first I've seen of the new edition. So thank you, whoever put this on my desk here. And it's an invaluable resource, and a huge amount of work went into this. And so huge thank you to Oregon Forest Resources Institute for all the work that they put into putting this together. And I rely on this a lot, and I know a lot of people do. So big thank you and congratulations on a lot of hard work to put this together.
I would sure second that. I mean, yeah, a lot of work. I mean, these things aren't simple, and for this organization to take it upon themselves to do it and make it into such a readable format that's actually useful to the people who are out there having to practice all of this. They deserve a kudos, and particularly for me, because I think, you know, when I first came on this board and Free did a presentation. They had a little booklet that they put out, you know, on the state of Oregon's forests, and I just kind of said, "What is this? There's no mention of climate change. I mean, what are you doing, guys?" And so I was pretty hard on them. But so I was hard on them then, and I want to thank them now for this work, just like you. So.
Yeah, my only complaint with that publication is that they only last 3 to 4 years and several thousand page turns before the pages start coming out.
That obviously means it's getting looked at. That's great and used. Other takeaways today, folks? All right. Wonderful. Well, on that note then, positive note, we're ready to be done. We are adjourned.